Chapter 319. As Nya Li chatted with Ning, they also talked about Yi Ziyun's current situation. Due to the fact that Yi Ziyun's bloodline was compatible, she'd entered a secret realm of the Heavenly Note sect to cultivate. As of now, her cultivation was even stronger than Xiao Ning-er's. Due to their astonishing talents, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning had become the twin stars of the Heavenly Note sect's younger generation and were highly regarded. Knowing that Ziyun and Ning were doing pretty well, Nya Li felt relieved. As for the struggle for supremacy, Nya Li wasn't willing to drag Ziyun and Ning into it. Through the screen, Ning could only see a hazy and familiar figure. However, every time she saw that familiar figure, she would feel incomparably at ease. Even if she had to hand herself over to Nya Li, she would have no regrets. Nya Li, are you preparing to head to the outside world? Xiao Ning asked. That's for sure. Nya Li's gaze was deep as he smiled. I've only just reached the heavenly fate realm. I need to be at least a 2 fate before I dare head to the outside world. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Okay. Xiao Ning nodded. She wasn't worried about Nya Li. Nya Li had always done things with a plan. Nya Li had a way of making others feel at ease. Nya Li continued to refine demon spirits. Fortunately, Gu Bei had purchased enough ordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. Therefore, Nya Li could continue to refine them. Nya Li continued to refine a second dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Ever since he'd tried to use his heavenly energy to forcefully refine a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, he'd use his heavenly energy to forcefully suppress it every time he started refining a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. The second dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was also refined. Although it wasn't of the wind and lightning attribute, it was a lightning attribute, Scarlet Thunderbird. Furthermore, it was a mutated one, so it wasn't a bad idea to give it to Ning. The black-winged draconic hawk could be given to Xiao Shui. However, Nya Li still wanted to refine another dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit for Xiao Ning to bring to Yi Ziyun. A moment later, Xiao Ninger walked out of the bathtub. She was wrapped in a piece of brocade and walked out. She raised her head and glanced at Xiao Ning. Nya Li's gaze slightly froze. Xiao Ning's hair was still wet. Water droplets flowed down her hair and landed on her smooth, slightly flushed skin. The cloth couldn't wrap around it. He could vaguely see her voluptuous figure. Her exquisite shoulders were so slender that it was hard for him to shift his gaze away from her. Seeing Xiao Ning's appearance, Nya Li awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Xiao Ning's face turned slightly red. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. After hesitating for a long time, she shyly retreated and put on her white training clothes. She gently sighed as she looked at Nya Li. In the end, she still couldn't muster up her courage. Ning, I've already helped you integrate with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Come over and integrate with it. Nya Li changed the topic, dispelling the awkwardness. Okay. Xiao Ning walked out. Her face was still boiling hot. She walked to Nya Li's side. After receiving the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit from Nya Li's hands, Xiao Ning closed her eyes and tried to sense the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit in the spiritual stone. Nya Li looked at Xiao Ning. She looked even more pure and charming in her white training clothes. How could he not know Xiao Ning's feelings? It's just that now wasn't the right time. As if sensing Nya Li's gaze, Xiao Ning's eyelashes twitched. She seemed a little uneasy. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Nya Li with her clear eyes. She shyly said, Nya Li, continue to look at me. I can't even calm my heart down to integrate with the demon spirit. Nya Li shrugged his shoulders and smiled. I was tempted earlier. Can't you let me look at you a little longer? Hearing Nya Li's words, Xiao Ning was so embarrassed that she buried her face in her chest. She could naturally hear the ridicule in Nya Li's words. She couldn't help flattening her lips. Nya Li was too bad. Seeing Xiao Ning's expression, Nya Li couldn't help laughing and said, Continue integrating with the demon spirit. Xiao Ning began integrating with the divine scarlet thunderbird demon spirit. Nya Li also began helping Yi Ziyun refine the demon spirit. The night gradually deepened. Hagami Munyun's sky cloud, palisade, white-haired old man was quietly sitting cross-legged. He was thin and had a sage-like demeanor. 5-colored light flowed around him, and his body exuded a warm power, like the sunlight of the early morning. Master, Venerable Red Soul slightly bowed towards the old man. This old man was Venerable Red Soul's master, one of the 5 heads of Hagami Munyon Hierarch Skycloud. Unlike the other heads, Hierarch Skycloud rarely interfered in the internal struggles of Hagami Munyon. He had always maintained a neutral stance and was only loyal to the Patriarch. He would support whoever obtained the Patriarch's position. Hierarch Skycloud didn't control any forces. He only had 36 disciples. However, no one would ignore the existence of Hierarch Skycloud. Hierarch Skycloud opened his eyes, looked at Venerable Red Soul, and asked, Disciple, why are you looking for me? Venerable Red Soul bitterly smiled. It's nothing important. This year's batch of new students have joined, and there are a few with decent talent. One of them is an 8th grade heaven spiritual root. His talent is outstanding, and even I can understand his cultivation technique. Oh, Hierarch Skycloud's interest was piqued. Aside from that, there's a Tao discussion segment in the recent gathering of the 3 major sections. It's about integrating Tao intent into the 4 arts. Yan Yang of the Skyblaze sect, Mingyue Wushuang of the Heavenly Note sect, and Long Tianming of our Hagami Munyon all displayed their skills. After Long Tianming, Mingyue Wushuang, and Mingyue Wushuang, that student also went up to demonstrate his skills. He wrote a word which was somewhat profound. The other geniuses in the side chamber, including Long Tianming, couldn't comprehend its profundities. They all thought it was ordinary calligraphy. Only Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang managed to comprehend it. Hierarch Skycloud's heart trembled at Venerable Red Soul's words. Just what kind of calligraphy did Nya Li write to make Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang concede defeat? Hierarch Skycloud was well aware of the strength and talent of Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. They were well-known figures amongst the younger generations of the Skyblaze sect and Heavenly Note sect, especially Yan Yang, who is the most outstanding genius of the Skyblaze sect in the past 100 years. Which family does he belong to in the Hagami Munyon? Hierarch Skycloud asked. The reason why Hierarch Skycloud didn't ask about the matters of the Hagami Munyon was because the internal strife in the Hagami Munyon was too intense. The Gu clan and the Dragon Seal family both wanted to become the rulers of the Hagami Munyon, causing chaos in the Hagami Munyon. As for the Ashen Flames family, although they maintained their silence, they had other thoughts. Seeing that the Hagami Munyon was declining without being able to do anything, Hierarch Skycloud was disheartened. Regardless of which family Nya Li belonged to, he would still be the focal point of conflict. This youth comes from the tiny world and has yet to join any forces. Furthermore, he has clearly announced to the public that he won't join any forces before he graduates from the Sky Soul Institute. However, I don't know how long he can last, Venerable Red Soul said. Venerable Red Soul explained. He was well aware of Hierarch Skycloud's temperament, which was why he told him everything about Nya Li. Hierarch Skycloud was especially attentive to those geniuses who didn't join any families. Oh, the tiny world? Hierarch Skycloud's heart trembled. The moment he heard about the tiny world, he thought of a certain person. After a brief silence, he said, He's definitely under a lot of pressure for not joining any families. Inform the 3 families that I've taken a fancy to this child. Tell them not to disturb him. I'll continue to observe this child's character." "Yes," Venerable Red Soul respectfully replied. Although Hierarch Skycloud hadn't been involved in disputes for many years, he was, after all, one of the 5 major figures of the Hagami Minyan. Furthermore, he maintained a neutral stance. Therefore, the 3 families had to give Hierarch Skycloud some face. After all, no one wanted to offend such an influential figure. Just as Venerable Red Soul was about to take his leave, Venerable Skycloud called out to Venerable Red Soul and said, "Right, when you return, ask him for a piece of calligraphy. I want to see exactly what mysteries there are in it." Even Hierarch Skycloud was curious about Nya Li's calligraphy. Venerable Red Soul was a little astonished in his heart. After all, Hierarch Skycloud was a martial ancestor realm expert. Why would he be curious about a piece of calligraphy written by Nya Li to the point of asking him for one? "Yes, Lord Master," Venerable Red Soul respectfully replied as he bowed and left. The night quickly passed, and the sun gradually rose. Nya Li and Xiao Ninger walked out of the room. Xiao Ninger had already completed her integration with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. She could feel the power of a brand new dragon bloodline demon spirit. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was undoubtedly very powerful. Lu Piao also came out of the room. When she saw Nya Li, she ran over and looked at Nya Li with excitement. Her voice trembled as she said, "Nya Li Xiao Shui, what happened to Xiao Shui?" asked Nya Li as he looked at Lu Piao. He noticed that Lu Piao's face was bruised and swollen. Although she'd applied medicine, it didn't look like it had recovered yet. "Xiao Shui, let me touch her." Lu Piao was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Xiao Ninger's face slightly blushed. "What did you touch? If you touched it, then so be it." Nya Li bitterly smiled. Was there a need for her to be so excited? Lu Piao appeared a little bashful as she said with a blissful expression, "She finally let me touch her hand." Hearing Lu Piao's words, Nya Li's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Piao. Did Lu Piao run over so excitedly just to tell him that Xiao Shui let him touch her hand? Nya Li slapped Lu Piao's head as he scolded, "You good for nothing. I only touched her hand. Is there a need for you to be so excited?" Hearing Nya Li's words, Xiao Ninger couldn't help covering her mouth as she giggled. Nya Li hugged Lu Piao's neck and whispered a few words into Lu Piao's ear. "Really?" Lu Piao widened her eyes as she looked at Nya Li. "Don't lie to me." "Of course I'm not lying to you." Nya Li seriously nodded his head. Lu Piao hesitated for a moment. In the end, her expression became extremely serious, as if she was going to meet her death. She walked towards her room, where Xiao Shui was still resting. Chapter 320. A brief moment later, Lu Piao's mournful wails and screams came from the room, followed by Xiao Shui scolding Lu Piao for being a hooligan, followed by the sounds of fighting before everything finally calmed down. Those sounds were simply too miserable to listen to. "What did you say to Lu Piao?" Xiao Ning blinked her eyes as she looked at Nya Li. Nya Li couldn't help smiling evilly, "Nothing much." Xiao Ning pursed her lips. Nya Li must have given Lu Piao a rotten idea. Otherwise, Lu Piao wouldn't have been taught such a miserable lesson by Xiao Shui. Nya Li and Xiao Ning chatted for a while. A brief moment later, knocking sounds came from the courtyard's door. "I guess Xiao Yu has returned." Nya Li smiled as he walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. When he opened the door, he saw 3 people standing at the entrance, emitting a powerful aura. The 3 of them were young men in their 20s, and their cultivations were all above the heavenly fate realm. The one leading them had probably reached the heavenly star realm. Nya Li could sense a sharp killing intent coming from him. The young man looked at Nya Li and said in a deep voice, "You're Nya Li." The young man's gaze swept past Xiao Ning, and his eyes lit up. However, He quickly restrained himself. That's right. Nia Li examined the other party. He had no idea what the other party's intentions were. I'm Long Yu, a member of the Dragon Seal family. I've been entrusted by someone to come here and ask for a calligraphy piece. Long Yu said in an indifferent tone. Although he said he was asking for a calligraphy piece, there wasn't any hint of a request in his tone. The heavenly star realm aura coming from Long Yu made Nia Li feel a trace of pressure. Long Yu was probably one of Long Tianming's men. On one hand, he was here to take the calligraphy from Nia Li. On the other hand, he was here to beat Nia Li. This was to prevent Nia Li from thinking that he was talented and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Apart from asking for a piece of calligraphy, our young master is also interested in you. He also wants to invite you to join the Dragon Seal family's Heavenly Dragon Guard. Long Yu glanced at Nia Li. In his opinion, Nia Li was not qualified to join the Heavenly Dragon Guard. He didn't know why the young master kept reminding him that if Nia Li was willing to join, no matter what conditions Nia Li raised, he could agree to it first. I've already announced it to the public. Please forgive me for not joining any aristocratic family. As for words, I will write a few words for your excellency to bring back, Nia Li said, his eyes flashing with an imperceptible light. It was just as he had expected. Long Tianming would definitely send someone to ask for words. With Long Tianming's character, he definitely wouldn't be willing to spend 150,000 spiritual stones to buy words from Nia Li. After all, that wasn't a small amount. Long Tianming's bearing paled in comparison to Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Long Tianming wanted to use his power to suppress Nia Li and take those words from him for free. Indeed, Long Tianming had thought it through. He didn't need to pay anything, but he still received benefits. Nia Li had always been vigilant against Long Tianming. Naturally, he wouldn't let Long Tianming obtain his words so easily. Long Yu originally thought that Nia Li would refuse. After all, it was said that Nia Li's words were extremely expensive. But when he heard that Nia Li would write a few words for Long Yu to bring back, Long Yu's expression calmed down a little. Nia Li was quite tactful and knew to give in. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go back and write something for the three of you. Nia Li politely cupped his hands. Okay, then we'll wait for you here. Long Yu nodded his head. Long Tianming had told him that as long as Nia Li agreed to any of his requests, there was no need to make things difficult for Nia Li. Although Nia Li might be a competitor, as long as Nia Li was willing to give in, Long Tianming didn't intend to make things difficult for Nia Li for the time being. After all, he couldn't do anything to Nia Li in the Sky Soul Institute. Nia Li and Xiao Ninger returned to their room. Xiao Ninger looked at Nia Li and asked, "Those three want your words for free. Are you going to give them to them?" Xiao Ninger felt a little indignant in her heart. In the Heavenly Note sect, such a thing wouldn't happen. She felt that those three were rather hateful, taking things for free and acting as if it was only natural. Of course, I have to give them to them. There's a Heavenly Star Realm expert amongst them. Nia Li said with a faint smile as he walked to the table, spreading out a piece of paper. He raised his pen and his eyes slightly narrowed. When Xiao Ninger looked at Nia Li again, she saw that Nia Li's entire body seemed to be burning as it was filled with a scorching aura. Furthermore, within that aura, there seemed to be two laws of darkness and light hidden within. That Tao intent gathered on the tip of the brush. Nia Li slowly put the brush down and began to write. Xiao Ninger widened her eyes as doubt flashed in her eyes. Previously, when Nia Li was writing, she couldn't sense any Tao intent from his body. But now, when he was writing, Tao intent was activated. With her exceptional intelligence, Xiao Ninger immediately understood that Nia Li was doing this on purpose. In the tiny world, I comprehended the two laws of darkness and light. I discovered that they contained a mysterious Tao intent, the coldness of darkness and the heat of light. Naturally, this is only the Tao intent that I comprehended. Compared to the Tao intent that almighty expert comprehended. It's too different. Long Tianming wanted to get words from me without paying anything. That's why it said that cheap goods aren't good. Nia Li said with a faint smile. When he wrote, he concealed the Tao intent contained within the laws of darkness and light. Therefore, the words he wrote naturally didn't contain that almighty expert's Tao intent. If he wanted to write the Tao intent of that almighty expert's words, then he had to enter that mysterious realm when writing. Hearing Nia Li say that cheap goods aren't good, Xiao Ninger couldn't help covering her mouth as she chuckled. Nia Li was indeed someone who wouldn't take a loss. No wonder Nia Li agreed to give those words to that group of people so easily. In any case, it wouldn't take much time to write a word. After writing the word sword, Nia Li pondered for a moment and smiled. Only writing one word doesn't seem sincere enough. I'll write 2 more for him. Including the word sword, Nia Li had written a total of 3 words. He lightly smiled. 1 more than Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Now they should be able to feel my sincerity. Hearing Nia Li's words, Xiao Ninger couldn't help chuckling. Nia Li was truly too wicked. Although she had seen Nia Li's craftiness, Xiao Ninger still felt that Nia Li was the most reliable person. That's because Nia Li's wickedness was directed towards his enemies, towards the people around him. Nia Li treated them with sincerity. Nia Li walked to the door with the calligraphy and handed it over to Long Yu. The 3 of you, I have finished writing it. Long Yu took Nia Li's calligraphy and carefully looked at it. He could only sense a faint trace of Tao intent from it. It wasn't a big deal. He couldn't help furrowing his brows. Nia Li couldn't have faked it, right? However, he had heard that ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense the Tao intent from Nia Li's calligraphy. This matter had already spread outside. Long Yu was a little unwilling. After all, he was a Heavenly Star Realm expert and an elite of the Heavenly Dragon Guards. Could it be that even he couldn't comprehend the profundities within? Long Yu was a little annoyed as he put away the calligraphy and glanced at Nia Li. I'll be taking this calligraphy. Let's go. Long Yu waved his hand and left with the other 2. Xiao Ninger slightly furrowed her brows. This person was so rude. He took something from someone else and didn't even say a word of thanks. Nia Li didn't care about this. In any case, the calligraphy he gave was fake. Who cares? Not long after Long Yu and the other 2 left, someone knocked on the door. Nia Li opened it and saw Venerable Red Soul. May I ask why Venerable Red Soul has come to my place? Asked Nia Li respectfully. He was still very polite to Venerable Red Soul. After all, Venerable Red Soul was his teacher on the surface. Venerable Red Soul appeared very humble. His expression and attitude were like a spring breeze. He smiled and said, I'm very sorry to disturb you outside of class. I've been entrusted by a great person to ask for a calligraphy from you. If you're willing to give it to me, I can purchase it for 150,000 spiritual stones. Venerable Red Soul is too serious. How can a teacher spend money to ask for calligraphy from a student? I'll just write a few and give them to Venerable Red Soul. May I know who entrusted this to Venerable Red Soul? Asked Nia Li very politely. Venerable Red Soul was a teacher in the Sky Soul Institute and had students all over Hagami Myunmyun. He had a wide network of connections. For Venerable Red Soul to be addressed as a great person, that person shouldn't be simple. How could Nia Li miss out on such an opportunity? In any case, it was just a few words. He wouldn't lose anything. This great person has always been in seclusion. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know him. The outside world calls him Hierarch Skycloud, said Venerable Red Soul. Hierarch Skycloud had been in seclusion for many years, so the younger generation shouldn't know of him. Nia Li's heart couldn't help jumping. Hierarch Skycloud was one of the 5 major figures of Hagami Myunmyun. How could Nia Li not know of such a figure? Hierarch Skycloud was the only one among the 5 major figures of Hagami Myunmyun that didn't fight for power. However, in his previous life, when the Hagami Myunmyun split, Hierarch Skycloud was powerless to reverse the situation. Furthermore, he was already old at that time, and his cultivation had gradually started to decline. However, Hierarch Skycloud was still an influential figure in Hagami Minyan. Since that great person likes my calligraphy, I'll do my best so that Venerable Red Soul can give an account when he returns. Nya Li slightly bowed and said, "In any case, it won't take long for me to write a few words. I'll just give it to Venerable Red Soul." "Thank you. I'll pass on your message to Hierarch Skycloud." Venerable Red Soul looked gratefully at Nya Li. Since Hierarch Skycloud wanted Nya Li's calligraphy, Venerable Red Soul couldn't refuse. However, he also couldn't bring himself to accept his students' calligraphy for free. Thus, he could only gather 150,000 spiritual stones and buy it from Nya Li. However, he never thought that Nya Li would be so willing to give it to him. Venerable Red Soul thought for a moment and said, "I won't accept your things for free. With Hierarch Skycloud's protection, you won't have to worry about any family pressuring you, at least within the Sky Soul Institute." Hearing Venerable Red Soul's words, Nya Li was slightly happy. This gift was much more valuable than 150,000 spiritual stones. "Then I'll have to thank Venerable Red Soul in advance." Chapter 321. If one had Hierarch Skycloud as their backer in the Hagami Minyan, they would definitely be able to avoid a lot of trouble. This wasn't to say that Hierarch Skycloud had a supreme status, but rather that his identity was too special. None of the aristocratic families wanted to offend such an expert. In his previous life, Nya Li had heard that Hierarch Skycloud liked to protect the geniuses that hadn't joined the aristocratic families yet. This included Nya Li's master, Inyuru. It was also because of Hierarch Skycloud's secret protection that no one dared to touch Inyuru. However, 100 years later, Hierarch Skycloud had gradually aged, and the internal strife within the Hagami Minyan had become increasingly intense. That was when Inyuru's troubles gradually came. "Please wait a moment, Hierarch Skycloud. I'll be right back after I write a few words." Nya Li returned to his room. This time he was much more serious. He wrote a total of 5 words. The Tao intent contained in these 5 words was much more profound than the ones he had given to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. After Nya Li finished writing, he handed it over to Hierarch Red Soul. "Thank you," Hierarch Red Soul said with a faint smile. "You're too polite, Hierarch Red Soul." Nya Li smiled and replied humbly. After receiving Nya Li's words, Hierarch Red Soul bade farewell and left. After Hierarch Red Soul left, a few more people came to ask for words. Naturally, Nya Li wouldn't reject them. Based on his impression of them from his previous life, some of them wrote seriously, while others used ordinary calligraphy to brush him off. Dragon Seal Family. Long Tianming study. Long Tianming slowly unrolled the scroll in his hand. There were 3 words written on it. He was very satisfied. This kid, Nya Li, was indeed tactful. He had given 2 words to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang, but only 3 to Nya Li himself. His gaze fell on the center of the scroll. A bold and forceful character, sword, reflected in his eyes. This sword character was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Previously, both Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had seen through the profundity of the word. Only he hadn't, which made Long Tianming extremely unhappy. Could it be that his talent was truly lacking compared to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang? Maybe it was because he didn't put in too much effort before. Long Tianming focused his attention on the word sword on the scroll and sensed the Tao intent within it. He sensed traces of Tao intent, the warmth of the light and the coldness of the darkness. Although it was only slightly inferior, he still captured it. Sure enough, he could easily sense the Tao intent in the word sword. It seemed like he wasn't much inferior to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. The only reason he hadn't sensed it before was because he hadn't been paying attention. Long Tianming faintly smiled as he continued to probe deeper. The word sword contained only a trace of Tao intent. Just this wisp of Tao intent shouldn't have moved Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang so much, right? Could it be that he'd only sensed a trace of the sword intent? Could there be another profundity hidden within the word? Long Tianming continued to probe deeper, trying to figure out where the profundity of the word lay. However, he quickly discovered that apart from that trace of Tao intent, he couldn't sense any other Tao intent. That's impossible. Could it be that I'm so lacking compared to Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang? He continued to try, but to no avail. Long Tianming was furious. He'd thought that Niali might have done something to it, but the word was completely consistent. He didn't feel that Niali had done anything to it. Furthermore, he'd clearly sensed a trace of Tao intent. However, that trace of Tao intent had disappeared in a flash, and he couldn't sense it anymore. A long time passed. 1 hour, 2 hours. No matter how carefully Long Tianming tried, he still couldn't sense the profundity within. Damn it! Long Tianming clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. The feeling of being inferior to Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang surged up. As the number one genius of the Dragon Seal family, Long Tianming was extremely proud. He had always regarded Yan Yang as one of his competitors. However, he was unable to comprehend Tao intent from this piece of calligraphy. It was a huge blow to him. Did that brat tamper with it or not? Long Tianming knitted his brows. He couldn't be sure. Niali wrote 3 words, all of which were vigorous and forceful. He looked very serious, and it didn't seem like he was being perfunctory. Instead, it was as if he was deliberately trying to curry favor. Long Tianming felt that, as a newcomer, Niali shouldn't dare to offend him. So these 3 words shouldn't be a problem. There was only one reason, and that was that he couldn't sense the Tao intent within it at all. With Long Tianming's arrogant personality, he wouldn't be able to verify it with others. He definitely wasn't willing to tell others that he was inferior to Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Bastard! This piece of calligraphy doesn't contain any Tao intent at all. Long Tianming threw the piece of calligraphy to the side in annoyance. Long Tianming had been angry for a long time. After sitting down for a while, the anger in his heart slowly subsided. After a brief moment, Long Tianming unwillingly picked up the piece of calligraphy. He calmed his heart and tried to sense the Tao intent within it. Skycloud Hall. After Hierarch Skycloud received the piece of calligraphy, he tried to comprehend the Tao intent within it. A brief moment later, a profound light flashed through his eyes. I never expected that these simple words would contain the comprehension of the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Although it's possible that he wasn't the one who created these words, it's already amazing that he was able to write them down at such a young age. If you want to comprehend the Tao intent within the words, then you must comprehend the Tao intent within them. Hierarch Skycloud sighed with emotion. This kid's talent was extraordinary, and he might even grow into a giant in the future. Even Hierarch Skycloud didn't dare to say that he could completely copy these words. A new genius from the tiny world. Interesting. Hierarch Skycloud murmured as a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The tiny world is truly a place that produces geniuses. I wonder if this kid can grow up to be like that person? In Xiao Yu's courtyard in Nye Li's room, Plumed Flame Godnese had already awoken from her cultivation. After a long time, no one came to ask for calligraphy. Only then did Nye Li spread out the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting on the table. Nye Li, what's this? Plumed Flame Godnese greeted Ning. When she saw the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting that Nye Li had spread out, she immediately flew over. Gazing at the myriad miles of rivers and mountains in the painting, she felt as if she was looking at a boundless space-time. Even Plumed Flame Godnese was startled. This item is called the Myriad Miles, Rivers, and Mountains painting. It contains many mysteries. Ning. Big Sister Plumed Flame, stand guard for me. If anyone comes, tell them that I'm not here. I'm going to break the seal inscription patterns on this painting, said Ning. Looked at Li in astonishment. She never thought that the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting that Gu Bei had won would end up in Li's hands. Even the higher-ups of the divine sect couldn't decipher its function. Could Li really decipher the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting? However, she still chose to believe in Li. All right, I understand. I'll stand guard outside. Big Sister Plume Flame, you can stay in the room. Ning nodded. Li was waiting for no one to visit before finding the time to decipher the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. He was probably worried that someone would interrupt him. Ning, and Plume Flame God Knees stood guard at the door, while the other walked into the courtyard to stand guard for Li started setting up inscription pattern arrays around the room using the dragon bloodline demon beast's demon blood. The inscription pattern arrays were extremely tight. Once they were activated, they would instantly isolate him from the outside world. Walking to the front of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Li gazed at it. He sensed every strand of aura within the painting and observed the seal inscription patterns. The outermost layer was the myriad spiritual lock. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting seemed to be sealed within a sturdy city wall. Those on the outside wouldn't be able to sense what was happening inside. Only by slowly breaking through the sturdy city wall would one be able to find out the true uses of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Just as Li was carefully examining the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting with his intent, a hidden Tao intent attracted Li's attention. This Tao intent was left behind by an expert. Based on the strength of the Tao intent, this expert should be a martial ancestor realm existence. Li retracted his intent and bitterly smiled. I knew it. A higher echelon of a divine sect wouldn't sell such a shocking treasure for a few 100,000 spiritual stones. Even if they didn't know the uses of this treasure, they would definitely keep it for themselves. That was because it was too difficult for a martial ancestor realm expert to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. It wasn't easy for them to obtain an ancient divine artifact that could possibly help them make a breakthrough. How could they give it up so easily? This guy left his Tao intent here so that he could find the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting at any time. Is he waiting for someone to figure out the uses of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting before snatching it? Li's gaze was deep. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be plotted against. It was a pity that this guy ran into Li. Li's perception was still very sharp. He could sense the Tao intent's location. The reason why that higher echelon put the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting up for auction was probably because there were many people at the auction. There were bound to be one or two people who knew their stuff. Once someone spent a lot of money to buy it, it might be someone who knew the uses of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The other party was a martial ancestor realm expert. Li couldn't erase the Tao intent on the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting for the time being. That was because the moment the Tao intent was erased, that expert would definitely be alerted and immediately search for the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains paintings' whereabouts. With Li and Gu Bei's strength, there was no way they could contend against a martial ancestor realm expert. What should I do? Li propped up his chin with his right hand as he carefully pondered. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Li's mind. Got it. Since I've already written something, let's make a painting. Li took out a piece of paper and cut it to look exactly like the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. After a bit more processing, it quickly looked exactly the same as the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Afterwards, Li quickly drew on the paper according to the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Very quickly, a vivid and lifelike myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was completed. Li used demon blood to write inscription patterns. The demon blood turned into inscription patterns and entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Chapter 3:22. Nia Li laid down inscription pattern arrays on the fake Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting. These inscription pattern arrays concealed layers upon layers of inscription pattern locks. The outermost ring was the Myriad spiritual lock. If one wasn't particularly proficient in inscription patterns, even a martial ancestor realm expert would find it hard to break it. There were still many more hidden inscription patterns inside. 2 hours later, an identical Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting appeared on the table. Nia Li then slowly guided the Tao intent of the expert from the real Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting into the fake one, passing off the fake as the real one. Not bad. Nia Li smiled as he looked at the new fake. He thought to himself, I'll find some time to have Gu Bei's people bring the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting to the outside world and pretend to be injured to escape. The Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting will be snatched by experts from other sections. After some time, that martial ancestor realm expert won't be able to guess where the real one is. Whether or not that martial ancestor realm expert can tell that this Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting is a problem. However, Nia Li didn't dare to underestimate a martial ancestor realm expert. After all, a martial ancestor realm expert's methods were very profound. They might really be able to track him down. At the very least, this fake can buy me some time. That martial ancestor realm expert sold the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting. As long as he senses the existence of the Tao intent, he should wait for some time for someone else to discover the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting's functions. Adding on the time it takes to track him down, it should take some time for him to track me down. It's best if this Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting changes hands a few times. That way it'll be safer. Nia Li thought to himself. Nia Li placed the fake Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting into his interspatial ring and faintly smiled. He started using his intent to probe the various sealing inscription patterns on the real Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting. The Myriad spiritual lock was only a part of it. Even martial ancestor realm experts would be able to sense it. However, the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting also contained many sealing inscription patterns aside from the Myriad spiritual lock. Rashly breaking the Myriad spiritual lock would likely result in a backlash. There were traces of someone tampering with the 10,000 spirit lock seal inscription pattern, which proved that someone had tried to open it. However, the person who tried to open the seal of the 10,000 spirit lock must have suffered quite a bit, because within the Myriad soul lock seal inscription pattern, there was an even more profound seal inscription pattern formation concealed. Once he tried to open the 10,000 soul lock, he would trigger the rebound force of the seal inscription behind it, even if it's a martial ancestor realm expert. If you don't have 50 to 60 years of research on inscription patterns, you're just asking for trouble if you want to open the inscription patterns on it. Nia Li lightly smiled. This was also the reason why that martial ancestor realm expert had no choice but to transfer the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting. In the past, there was a mighty figure who said that the treasures of heaven and earth were all treasures. Actually, this saying was wrong. It should be said that those who were capable should be the ones to be in charge. Only those with sufficient ability would have the qualifications to use treasures. That martial ancestor realm expert was destined to have no fate with this treasure, since he couldn't even open the seal inscription patterns on the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting. If it wasn't for the fact that Nia Li had spent hundreds of years in the temporal demon spirit book space, constantly studying inscription patterns, it would have been a little difficult for him to open the inscription patterns on the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting. Nia Li picked up the brush, dipped it in demon blood, and started writing inscription patterns one after another. These inscription patterns emitted a brilliant radiance as they continuously entered the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting. Boom, boom, boom. After these inscription patterns entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting and collided with the inscription patterns on the painting, they constantly exploded and dissipated into thin air. Nia Li's writing speed increased. Each inscription pattern was like a river that continuously flowed into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Boom, 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 boom. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting constantly emitted dazzling rays of light as boundless energy swept out in all directions. Nia Li felt an enormous impact and couldn't help taking a step back. He used his hand to cover the light. This was merely the energy emitted by the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, yet it was already so astonishing. Fortunately, he'd set up a barrier. Otherwise, it would have been easily sensed by the outside world. Although Nia Li took a step back, he still continued writing inscription patterns. "I'm almost done." Nia Li's heart pounded wildly. He didn't dare to pause for even a moment. If he did, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains paintings sealing inscription patterns would all be locked back. This was an extremely complicated process. Nia Li's brain was also operating at lightning speed. Buzz! A surge of boundless energy spread out. This boundless energy was like a raging wave that slammed towards Nia Li. Nia Li felt like he was about to be devoured and destroyed by this boundless energy. An intense pain spread throughout his body as his soul realm violently shook. Just a trace of the ancient artifact's pressure was already unbearable for Nia Li. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to be crushed. However, the moment Nia Li retreated, all his previous efforts would go to waste. How could he let all his efforts go to waste at this time? Nia Li endured the terrifying pain as his right hand continued to draw. Afterwards, he bit his left thumb, causing blood to gush out. Nia Li quickly pressed his thumb onto the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The instant all the inscription patterns were completed, Nia Li pressed his left thumb onto the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. A surge of energy, fused with his bloodline, surged towards the painting. In an instant, Nia Li's body felt as though it had been emptied, leaving him powerless. Huff! Nia Li gasped for air as he sensed the connection between him and the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Gradually, energy flowed back into his body and he felt a little more at ease. He bitterly smiled. "I've finally subdued this fellow." The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was finally connected to his bloodline. Nia Li formed a trace of connection with the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. With a wave of his right hand, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting entered his body and floated above his soul realm. As expected of an ancient treasure, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting had already established a spiritual connection with Nia Li. It had turned into a soul form and fused with Nia Li's soul realm. As long as a trace of Nia Li's soul remained, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting would exist alongside Nia Li's soul. Unless Nia Li's soul disintegrated, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting would search for a new owner. With a wave of his right hand, Nia Li summoned the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting quietly floated in front of him. With a thought, he turned into a streak of light and entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Inside the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nia Li stood in the air. Beneath his feet was an endless mountain range with a slowly flowing river. This was an extremely vast space that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Mountains rose and fell, rivers flowed, and plants grew. It was like an independent miniature world. The heavenly energy here was extremely dense, almost like a spiritual well. The mountain range even nurtured large amounts of spiritual herbs. Not only was this a space, but it was also a domain. For the time being, Nia Li could only freely enter and exit the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Nia Li still couldn't utilize many of the painting's functions. Legend had it that the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting was an extraordinary divine artifact that had caused countless battles. It had changed owners several times, and all the previous owners had died. Therefore, the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting could be considered an inauspicious artifact. However, Nia Li didn't have such taboos. He could slowly explore the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting's functions in the future. I can let Golden Egg and Plume Flame God Knees cultivate in this space. Nia Li couldn't help thinking. He suddenly thought of something else and took out the Nightmare Demon Pot from his interspatial ring. The Nightmare Demon Pot spun and flew into the air, as if some kind of energy had been activated. The pot's body shone brightly, and the image of the dragon bloodline demon beast was dazzling. Wisps of smoke were emitted from the pot's mouth, spreading into the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Aside from that, a mysterious energy entered the Nightmare Demon Pot and nourished it. Legend had it that the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting could nourish other ancient divine artifacts. Indeed, it was true. Nia Li could feel that although the Nightmare Demon Pot was constantly overflowing with energy, the energy within it was constantly increasing. In the future, if he wanted to integrate with a demon spirit, he could come here. Nia Li pondered for a brief moment, then took out the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The moment the Thunder God's meteorite sword appeared, Leiju energy converged from all directions and bombarded the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword instantly emitted a dazzling light and turned into a huge lightning sword. Just like the Nightmare Demon Pot, it hovered in the air. With Nia Li's current heavenly fate realm strength, the might of the Thunder God's meteorite sword would be quite astonishing. However, he decided to leave the Thunder God's meteorite sword here to nourish it for now. Nia Li was looking forward to seeing some of the miraculous uses of the Myriad Miles, Rivers, and Mountains painting. Both the Thunder God's meteorite sword and the Nightmare Demon Pot were ancient artifacts. The other items in Nia Li's interspatial ring were too inferior. These three items would be the foundation of Nia Li's strength. Although right now, Nia Li couldn't unleash even a 10,000th of their power. With a thought, Nia Li exited the Myriad Miles, Rivers, and Mountains painting. At this moment, Plume Flame God Knees, who was standing guard for Nia Li, was stunned. Just what kind of treasure was the painting that Nia Li brought back? It could actually enter and exit at will. Nia Li opened the room's barrier and saw Plume Flame God Knees' shocked expression. He smiled and said, "Big Sister Plume Flame, this treasure is called the Myriad Miles, Rivers, and Mountains painting. There's a huge space inside. In the future, you can cultivate in the Myriad Miles, Rivers, and Mountains painting. There's an independent space inside this painting. I can even go in and cultivate." Plume Flame God Knees was stunned for a moment. Living things couldn't enter the space inside an interspatial ring. However, Nia Li's painting could actually allow one to enter and cultivate. No wonder Nia Li was so cautious in setting up the barrier. This painting was indeed extraordinary. "Then I'll go in and take a look." Plume Flame God Knees smiled sweetly. She was also filled with intense curiosity towards the space inside the Myriad Miles, Rivers, and Mountains painting. Nia Li spread out his right hand and let Plume Flame God Knees stand on it. Afterwards, he picked up the golden egg that was sleeping in the corner of the room and turned into a streak of light, entering the Myriad Miles, Rivers, and Mountains painting. Chapter 3:23. Over this period of time, Nia Li had been using spiritual stones to lure the golden egg. He'd already formed a strong connection with the golden egg and basically didn't have to worry about the golden egg escaping his control. When the golden egg entered the Myriad Miles, Rivers, and Mountains painting, the dense heavenly energy immediately woke it up. It was extremely excited and opened its mouth to suck in the energy. In an instant, it turned into a huge ball and doubled in size. Its face had shrunk to the point where it couldn't be seen anymore. The little guy had turned round and couldn't walk anymore. It landed on a flat piece of land in the mountains. It would probably take a long time for it to digest all the heavenly energy in its body. The little guy's ability to absorb heavenly energy was too powerful. Nya Li was originally worried that the terrifying glutton, the golden egg, would absorb all the heavenly energy in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. However, he discovered that the golden egg had only absorbed a small portion of the heavenly energy in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was still, continuously producing heavenly energy. Although the golden egg was still in the form of a little guy, Nya Li estimated that the little guy's strength wasn't any weaker than a 3-fate expert. Furthermore, the little guy's physical body was practically invincible. At its current stage, even martial ancestor realm experts would find it hard to kill it. Right now, the little guy's body and limbs weren't fully developed, so it couldn't fight at all. Nya Li wanted to wait for the golden egg to absorb more heavenly energy. Who knew when it would be able to participate in a fight? As for Plume Flame Godnese, she was also very excited after arriving here. Her entire body was blazing with golden flames that were several times more intense than when she was outside. Plume Flame Godnese's cultivation was rising very quickly. She was already above 3 fate, but Nya Li wasn't too sure about her exact realm. Furthermore, the power of the golden flames that Plume Flame Godnese released was also extremely shocking. Nya Li didn't know its origins. Sister Plume Flame, you can cultivate in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains, painting for now. Nya Li smiled. Okay. After opening her eyes, Yu Yan pursed her lips into a smile and nodded her head. Nya Li gazed at the vast rivers and mountains. These rivers and mountains were equivalent to his own territory. There were many things he could do in the future. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Nya Li smiled. He already had a plan. After exiting the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nya Li walked out of his room. Xiao Ninger was still guarding outside the door. Seeing Nya Li come out, Xiao Ninger finally relaxed and asked, Nya Li, how is it? It's done. It has already fused with my soul realm. Nya Li nodded. Xiao Ninger was a little astonished. She never thought that Nya Li would actually be able to open the seal on the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Her admiration for Nya Li grew even more. That was something that not even the higher-ups of the divine sect could accomplish. Since the beginning, whether it was in the tiny world or the draconic ruins realm, Nya Li had always been like a leader leading them. Her heart was filled with admiration for him. For the entire day, Nya Li and Xiao Ninger stayed together. They tactfully declined all the gatherings. Xiao Ninger especially cherished the time they had together. Nya Li and Xiao Ninger went to Gu Bei's courtyard together. Nya Li handed the fake myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting to Gu Bei and carefully instructed Gu Bei on how to quietly get rid of it. When she found out that Nya Li had found the remnant Dao intent of a martial ancestor realm expert in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, as well as the fact that Nya Li had created a fake myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Gu Bei was shocked. She couldn't help feeling admiration for Nya Li. She never thought that Nya Li would actually come up with such a method. I understand. Leave it to me. This is the latest ordinary growth rate. Dragon Bloodline Demon Spirit. Gu Bei handed an interspatial ring to Nya Li, then went to work. After taking a few more ordinary growth rate Dragon Bloodline Demon Spirits from Gu Bei, Nya Li found a secluded place. He integrated another God-level growth rate Dragon Bloodline Demon Spirit into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Dusk descended. It was a little different from the previous nights. Tonight, the Sky Soul Institute was especially lively. Students could be seen walking along the small paths in the forest. Almost all the students of the Institute had been mobilized. The geniuses of the Skyblaze sect and Hagami Mumian seemed to be holding a grand gathering. It was said that there would be a competition between geniuses. The upper echelons of the 3 major sects had even set up some bets. The winners would receive generous rewards. However, Nieli had no interest in such a competition. Just as Nieli and Xiaoning returned to the courtyard, they saw Xiaoyu hurriedly walking over with her head lowered. Xiaoyu raised her head and saw Xiaoning. Ning, are you here too? You're here as well? Xiaoyu was slightly stunned as an awkward and unnatural expression appeared on his face. Xiaoning pursed her lips and smiled. Yeah, Xiaoyu. We meet again. Xiaoyu, where have you been for the past 2 days? Why haven't I seen you around? Nieli suddenly sensed that there was something wrong with Xiaoyu's aura. He slightly furrowed his brows. Something's wrong. You've already reached 4 fate. Why did you return to 3 fate? Did you go to the outside world? Yeah. Xiaoyu replied with a bitter smile. She originally wanted to hide it, but Nieli still saw through it. Nieli's face instantly darkened as he emitted a chilling, killing intent. Who did it? Nieli thought about it again. The only person who would send someone to kill Xiaoyu was Hualing. It was Hualing. After experiencing all sorts of calamities in his previous life, the one thing Nieli couldn't tolerate the most was someone taking action against his friends. That's right. Xiaoyu knew that she couldn't hide it any longer and bitterly smiled. I went to the outside world to deliver something to an uncle of mine. I never expected that Hualing would track me down. After a few twists and turns, I was still killed by his subordinates. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had already placed his soul remembrance in the Sky Soul Institute's Soul Hall before heading to the outside world. How many forces does Hualing have in the outside world? Where's his stronghold? Nieli furrowed his brows. Hualing's forces in the outside world are mostly gathered near the Ling Jade Deity's lake in the north. There's about 60 of them, all of whom are heavenly fate realm experts. Over 90% of them are from the Little Heaven realm. Xiaoyu's heart trembled at the sight of Nieli's enraged expression. Nieli was truly enraged. Xiaoyu was worried that Nieli would do something irrational. Forget it. They have too many people. With our strength, there's no way we can fight against them. Xiaoning also comforted Nieli. Nieli, you're not yet a 2 fate. It'll be dangerous for you to go to the outside world, not to mention that they have so many people. Nieli knew about the Ling Jade Deity's lake. It was a low-grade deity's lake that was nearing exhaustion. Originally, with Hualing's forces, he didn't have the qualifications to occupy a deity's lake. The Ling Jade Deity's lake only produced a small amount of spiritual stones every year, which was why it was occupied by Hualing. In the outside world, all sorts of forces were fighting over deities' lakes. The more deities' lakes they occupied, the more subordinates they could recruit and expand their forces. For example, Hualing's small force was practically the lowest existence in the outside world. Since they killed my men, how can I not make them pay the price? A chilling light flashed through Nieli's eyes as he patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. Being patted on the shoulder by Nieli, Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red as she squirmed a little in embarrassment. Nieli and Xiaoning didn't notice Xiaoyu's expression. Nieli, what are you going to do? Asked Xiaoning, as she looked at Nieli. She was worried that Nieli would act out of loyalty. After all, Nieli was only a 1 fate. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't take action myself. Nieli pondered briefly before he continued. Come with me to see someone. Nieli brought Xiaoyu and Xiaoning towards Li Xingyun's courtyard. In Li Xingyun's courtyard, Nieli, Xiaoyu, and Xiaoning were led inside by Li Hu, one of Li Xingyun's subordinates. From afar, they could hear arguments coming from the living room. Does young master Li have a guest? Asked Nieli in doubt as he looked at Li Hu. Yes. Li Hu nodded. He didn't seem to be in a good mood as he said to Nieli, Please wait outside. Nieli looked towards the living room and listened attentively. In the living room, there were 2 old men wearing luxurious robes. One of them was arguing with Li Xingyun. Xingyun, even we have to admit that your talent is indeed not bad. However, your talent is still too far away from Li Yufeng's. Among the 10 elders of our Ashen Flames family, 6 of them have already confirmed that Li Yufeng will be the next patriarch. Among the remaining 4 elders, 2 of them support Li Lushui, one of them supports you, and one of them has forfeited. Li Lushui has already decided to withdraw from the fight for the patriarch's position and fully support Li Yufeng. We all hope that you can consider the big picture. One of the old men said in a deep voice. Li Xingyun's face was filled with unwillingness as he said, "Third elder, since Li Lushui has withdrawn from the fight, then I will also withdraw from the fight. However, I absolutely cannot agree to your request. Why should the forces that I, Li Xingyun, established in the outside world, and the businesses that I control, all be under Li Yufeng's jurisdiction? What qualifications does he, Li Yufeng, have to take over my subordinates and businesses?" The third elder coldly said, "Our Ashen Flames family only needs 1 patriarch. I've never said that our Ashen Flames family needs 2 patriarchs. However, there has never been a precedent of the patriarch taking over the forces of other successors. When it comes to me, what qualifications do I have?" Li Xingyun proudly said. "Li Xingyun, are you pretending not to know?" "Pretending not to know? I just don't understand. Although Li Yufeng's strength is higher than mine, his subordinates are still not enough. Let all my subordinates follow him? That's fine. However, my subordinates must be willing. No matter what conditions you give, as long as they are willing to leave, I, Li Xingyun, will not stop them." Li Xingyun solemnly said, looking straight at the third elder. The third elder frowned his brows. Even he had to admit that Li Xingyun's subordinates were indeed capable. His subordinates were dead set on Li Xingyun. They had tried many methods, such as threats and promises, but no one was willing to join Li Yufeng. Chapter 324. The geniuses in the side chamber were still in a daze. Nya Li put away the calligraphy and prepared to return to his seat. Nya Li glanced at Long Yuan in the distance and smiled. He knew Long Yuan's character like the back of his hand. Aside from teaching Gu Bei's sword intent, this word had also successfully piqued Long Yuan's curiosity. It wouldn't be long before Long Yuan would naturally come knocking on his door to get to the bottom of it. At that time, he would patiently guide Long Yuan. This would slowly change Long Yuan's mind. It was too easy to control a martial arts fanatic like Long Yuan. Apart from these 2 goals, Nya Li also successfully attracted the interest of Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Nya Li didn't believe that Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang would give up on getting to the bottom of it. "Wait!" Yan Yang suddenly called out to Nya Li. Everyone looked at Yan Yang in confusion. Nya Li had put away the calligraphy. What else did Yan Yang want? Nya Li looked at Yan Yang and asked, "May I ask what else senior brother Yan Yang wants?" "I want to buy this calligraphy. Is junior brother Nya Li willing to part with it?" "I'm willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones," Yan Yang said. He originally wanted to say 50,000 spiritual stones, but after thinking about it, 50,000 spiritual stones was too insincere. So, he offered 100,000 spiritual stones. Yan Yang was willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones to buy the calligraphy that Nya Li had just written. The whole hall was in an uproar. All the geniuses in the side chamber were shocked. 100,000 spiritual stones for a single character. Hearing Yan Yang's words, Nya Li hesitated. 100,000 spiritual stones was definitely a big temptation. After all, it was just a character. He wouldn't lose anything even if he sold it. Should he sell it? Long Tianming was also shocked by Yan Yang's words. Before he could see through the profundity of the calligraphy, Nya Li had already rolled it up. He had no idea what was hidden within it. However, he never imagined that Yan Yang would be willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones for Nya Li's calligraphy. Could it be that Yan Yang felt that the true intent contained within Nye Li's calligraphy was far more than 100,000 spiritual stones? Mingyue Wushuang's clear eyes fell onto Nye Li. Although she couldn't figure out what to do, she could still sense the boundless sword intent contained within Nye Li's words. She could definitely buy it for more than 100,000 spiritual stones. Seeing Nye Li's hesitation, Yan Yang said, "If junior brother Nye Li isn't willing to sell, then how about I offer 150,000 spiritual stones?" Although this price was comparable to the value of the calligraphy. However, I still hope that junior brother Nye Li will be willing to part with it. Yan Yang's eagerness to obtain this calligraphy was understandable. After all, Nye Li knew the true value of this calligraphy. It would be strange if Yan Yang wasn't anxious when Nye Li put the calligraphy away. It would be strange if Yan Yang wasn't anxious. Long Tianming heard Yan Yang's words. Long Tianming's brows twitched as he lightly smiled. Since junior brother Nye Li isn't willing to sell, then junior brother Yan Yang doesn't need to force it. Long Tianming could sense that Yan Yang was extremely anxious. His desire for Nye Li's calligraphy was even greater than the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. As long as he left this calligraphy behind, Long Tianming would have a million ways to get his hands on it. He wouldn't let it fall into Yan Yang's hands. Naturally, Nye Li wouldn't let Long Tianming have his way. He immediately waved his hand. "Senior brother Long and Yan Yang are exaggerating. I can write dozens of these in a day. It's just a piece of calligraphy. If senior brothers and senior sisters want it, I can give each of you one piece." Long Tianming and Yan Yang were stunned. Both Long Tianming and Yan Yang were stunned for a brief moment. That's right. Nye Li could write a lot of characters in a single day. That's because he didn't need to use his Tao intent when he wrote. Long Tianming didn't want Yan Yang to obtain this calligraphy because he could faintly sense that Yan Yang could comprehend profound Tao intent from it. Yan Yang could comprehend an extremely profound Tao intent from this word. However, Nye Li had said that he could write a lot in a day. He no longer had any way to stop Yan Yang from obtaining the word. Long Tianming felt depressed in his heart. In the end, Nye Li didn't have that in his head. Or was he pretending to be ignorant? Yan Yang took a deep look at Nye Li. He knew the meaning behind Nye Li's words. Indeed, Nye Li could write a lot of words. However, he couldn't deny the value of this calligraphy. Regardless of how many words junior brother Nye Li can write in a day, I'm still willing to buy it for 150,000 spiritual stones. Yan Yang calmly said. This was his style of doing things. Gentlemen should treat each other with sincerity. How could Yan Yang accept such a precious calligraphy from Nye Li for no reason? Looking at Yan Yang's serious expression, Nye Li pondered for a moment. He originally wanted to befriend Yan Yang. If he only wanted to sell the calligraphy, then it would be meaningless. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? Since senior brother Yan Yang is willing to spend so many spiritual stones to buy it, then I'll give senior brother Yan Yang a word." Nye Li turned around and walked to the table. He spread out the calligraphy and quickly wrote the word Marshal on the bottom right corner. He then rolled it up and handed it to Qinyu. "Miss Qinyu, please give it to senior brother Yan Yang." The Tao intent contained in this Marshal word was much more profound than the sword word. Qinyu was overwhelmed by the favor and respectfully received it. She held the calligraphy with both hands and walked towards Yan Yang. Previously, she had looked down on Nye Li, but now, Qinyu could no longer see through Nye Li. She felt a faint sense of reverence towards Nye Li, treating Nye Li as an equal existence to Yan Yang's trio. Yan Yang took the calligraphy from Qinyu's hands. He looked at the sword word and then the Marshal word on the bottom right corner. A majestic feeling washed over him, causing him to be slightly startled. He paused for a moment before rolling up the calligraphy. "Thank you, junior brother Nye Li. The shock in Yan Yang's heart was indescribable. This martial word seemed to be much more profound than the sword word. He never imagined that Nye Li would give him such a big gift. He picked up an interspatial ring and earnestly said, "Compared to these 2 words from junior brother Nye Li, all the ordinary things are too insignificant. From today onwards, junior brother Nye Li is a friend of I, Yan Yang." Yan Yang looked at Qinyu and said, "Miss Qinyu, please pass this to junior brother Nye Li." After receiving the interspatial ring from Qinyu, Nye Li put it away and said with a faint smile, "Then I, Nye Li, also befriend senior brother Yan Yang." Everyone's hearts itched. They didn't know what Nye Li had written for Yan Yang. They couldn't see it, but from Yan Yang's expression, it shouldn't be something simple. However, they couldn't even understand the sword word. Even if they saw the second word, it wouldn't be of much use. Long Tianming felt extremely depressed in his heart. Not only did he let Yan Yang obtain Nye Li's word, but he also seemed to have obtained 2 words. "I wonder if junior brother Nye Li is willing to write one for me? I'll also pay 150,000 spiritual stones." Mingyue Wushuang sweetly smiled. "Sure. In order not to discriminate, I'll also write 2 words for senior sister Mingyue." Nye Li wrote the word sword and the word jiao, implying a woman as bright as the moon. In terms of artistic conception, it wasn't much different from the martial word he had written for Yan Yang. Nye Li received another 150,000 spiritual stones from Mingyue Wushuang. Junior brother Nye Li seems to have a soft spot for junior sister Ninger. From now on, I'll take good care of Ninger. Mingyue Wushuang smiled as she glanced at Xiao Ninger in the distance. Hearing Mingyue Wushuang's words, the girls of the Heavenly Note sect immediately looked at Xiao Ninger with envy. Mingyue Wushuang's position in the Heavenly Note sect was extraordinary. She was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect. With Mingyue Wushuang's care, Xiao Ninger would definitely have a boundless future in the Heavenly Note sect. Although Xiao Ninger's talent was extremely astonishing and had attracted the attention of the upper echelons, it was different with Mingyue Wushuang's care. "Then, I'll have to thank senior sister Mingyue," Nye Li said as he cupped his hands. Inwardly, he was thinking that he'd managed to form 2 connections by writing a few words. Furthermore, he'd even obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. This was a pretty good deal. Why did he feel that selling words was more profitable than selling high-grade demon spirits? Seeing Nye Li talking to Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang with ease, Yixian suddenly had the illusion that he and Nye Li weren't in the same world. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Nye Li in his heart for being poor. In the end, Nye Li had obtained 300,000 spiritual stones just by writing 2 words. Seeing that Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had both obtained Nye Li's words, Long Tianming slightly knitted his brows. He couldn't stop Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang from obtaining Nye Li's words, so he could only give up. As for Nye Li's side, it was absolutely impossible for him to spend 150,000 spiritual stones to obtain words from Nye Li. Nye Li was a disciple of Hagami Mianmian. All he had to do was send someone to ask for words from Nye Li. Would Nye Li refuse? Not only would Nye Li have to give it to him, he would have to give even more. Unless Nye Li didn't want to stay in Hagami Mianmian any longer. Long Tianming started to examine Nye Li. If Nye Li was truly talented, it wouldn't be a bad idea to recruit him. As for suppressing Nye Li, he didn't have that thought for the time being. After today's events, the higher-ups of the Divine Feathers sect would definitely take some of Nye Li's words back to study. With Nye Li's abilities, it should be a simple matter for him to build a relationship with 1 or 2 higher-ups of the Divine Feathers sect. In Hagami Mianmian, Long Tianming still couldn't cover the sky with one hand. What Long Tianming was curious about was Nye Li's talent, aside from writing those strange words. After all, when Nye Li wrote those words, he didn't use any Tao intent. Therefore, Long Tianming couldn't see through his cultivation. Even if he was the #1 genius of the new batch of students, he still couldn't attract Long Tianming's attention. However, if Nie Li had such a profound comprehension of Tao intent, why hadn't he reached the heavenly fate realm yet? Could it be that Nie Li was hiding his abilities? Long Tianming couldn't see through Nie Li, so he decided to send someone to probe Nie Li. Nie Li walked down from the stage and returned to the table. He exchanged glances with Ning, Gu Bei, and the others and smiled. Whether it was Gu Bei or Li Xingyun, both of them were completely convinced by Nie Li. When Murong Yu saw that Nie Li had returned, he gnashed his teeth in his heart. Back in the ghastly ruins, he had done everything he could to prevent Nie Li from obtaining spiritual stones. In the end, after all his efforts, Nie Li had casually written a few words and obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. Murong Yu had failed at the last step. Chapter 325. As long as you wholeheartedly support Li Yufeng, then everyone else will naturally listen to you, the third elder said, a little annoyed. If he wants me, Li Xingyun, to be loyal to the family, I can do it. But if he wants me to become Li Yufeng's lackey, he doesn't have the qualifications. In recent years, our Ashen Flames family has only hunted one dragon bloodline god, level growth, rate demon spirit. Honestly speaking, didn't Li Xingyun's talent surpass Li Yufeng's back then? That dragon bloodline god, level growth, rate demon spirit, should have been integrated with me. But because he was the son of the previous patriarch, he used despicable means to bypass the family's rules and integrated with that dragon bloodline god, level growth, rate demon spirit first. I admit it. Over the years, my strength has indeed been falling behind him. But I refuse to accept it. Li Xingyun's voice carried a trace of anger. Originally, from Li Xingyun's position, these words shouldn't have come out of her mouth. However, Li Xingyun was a hot-blooded person, so she couldn't hold it in. The third elder's face darkened as he said, Li Xingyun, are you still unwilling to accept what happened back then? Back then, the test results showed that your talent was indeed inferior to Li Yufeng's. What you think is just a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I'm not willing to pursue it any further. Even if it's you elders, don't you have your own forces under you? Why should Li Yufeng take in my brothers? Li Xingyun looked at the other elder beside her and asked, Fifth elder, why don't you tell me the reason? Does our Ashen Flames family have such a rule? Li Xingyun, this is the family's decision. The forces under your control will be an unstable factor in the future of the Ashen Flames family, the fifth elder said with furrowed brows. Haha, you finally said what's in your heart. Although that brat Li Yufeng is stronger than me, he is not popular. No one is willing to listen to him. You are worried that when my brothers grow up, I will compete with him for the position. So you want to eliminate the threat in the cradle first, right? Li Xingyun sneered. You are really working hard for Li Yufeng to take the position. The two old men frowned. Li Xingyun was too unruly. It would be difficult to force Li Xingyun to agree. After all, there was an elder behind Li Xingyun. They couldn't be too ruthless. However, Li Xingyun was indeed a factor that caused the family to feel uneasy, especially since Li Xingyun had recently spent a large amount of money to purchase a large number of demon spirits, which greatly increased the strength of her subordinates. The future risks would be even greater. Hearing the conversation from outside, Nie Li faintly smiled. So the real situation was like this. According to the development of his previous life, Li Xingyun would eventually leave the family. She was probably forced into a corner. However, such a thing wouldn't happen for the time being because Li Yufeng has yet to become the patriarch. Li Xingyun would only leave the Ashen Flames family after Li Yufeng became the patriarch. Nie Li still admires Li Xingyun. There's a reason why Li Xingyun was able to gather a group of brothers who are so loyal to him. Li Xingyun was very loyal. Sometimes a group of people would follow someone. It wasn't because that person was strong, but because that person was reliable and wouldn't treat them unfairly. Li Xingyun coldly snorted. Elders, please return. No matter what, it's impossible for me to hand over my brothers and become Li Yufeng's lackeys. Li Xingyun, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the third elder said angrily. I, Li Xingyun, have not violated any family rules. Third elder, fifth elder, are you trying to pressure me? Li Xingyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then you should go and talk to my uncle. Li Xingyun's uncle was the second elder of the Ashen Flames family, an existence second only to the patriarch. Humph, you'll regret it one day. The third and fifth elders stood up angrily and walked out of the living room. They walked out of the living room. After the third and fifth elders left, Nye Li and the other two walked in. Brother Nye Li, I didn't expect you guys to come. Li Xingyun's stiff face revealed a trace of a smile as she spoke. It's rare for you to still be able to smile. Nye Li laughed. What can I do? Should I cry? It seems that you guys heard it from outside. But it's fine even if you heard it. It's just a small family scandal, and I've let you guys laugh at it. Li Xingyun shrugged and said, I don't know why Brother Nye Li is here, but I've already prepared 100,000 spiritual stones. Li Xingyun threw a spatial ring to Nye Li. Nye Li caught the spatial ring and swept his eyes over it. There were 100,000 spiritual stones inside. He lightly smiled and said, You're not afraid that I won't do anything for you after taking the money? What a joke. I, Li Xingyun, don't have any other abilities, but I'm very good at judging people. I believe in Brother Nye Li's character, Li Xingyun said with a bright smile. I've already gotten what you wanted. Nye Li moved his right hand and threw a demon spirit stone to Li Xingyun. So fast? Li Xingyun was stunned for a moment when she caught the demon spirit stone. She originally thought that it would take at least 10 days to half a month to get a dragon bloodline god level demon spirit. She glanced at the demon spirit stone in her hand. It was a scarlet blooded gold Jiao dragon. It was indeed a dragon bloodline god level demon spirit. Nye Li said with a smile, Furthermore, this is a mutated one. I guarantee that it's stronger than Li Yufeng's dragon bloodline god level demon spirit. Li Xingyun clenched her right fist tightly as she took a deep look at Nye Li. After a brief moment of silence, she said, I won't say too many words of thanks. As long as I, Li Xingyun, am of use, Brother Nye Li, please don't hesitate to ask. Nye Li looked at Li Xingyun and said, I'm here because I need your help. A friend of mine was killed by Hua Ling's subordinates in the outside world. I want you to send some people to me. I want to exterminate all of them. Brother Nye Li's friend is my friend. How many people do you need? When do you need them? Just tell me. Li Xingyun looked at Nye Li and said straightforwardly. Nye Li said, at least 200 people. It's best if there are a few Heavenly Star Realm experts. I need them the day after tomorrow. Li Xingyun's brows twitched as she said, Don't worry, just leave it to me. I'll send a few Heavenly Axis Realm brothers over. Sure enough, the forces under Hua Ling's control couldn't be compared to Li Xingyun's. Nye Li lightly smiled. Then many thanks. Is there a need to thank me? If there's a need to thank, then how much do I have to thank Brother Nye Li? Li Xingyun smiled. One had to know that Nye Li had helped him a lot. The reason why he wasn't strong enough was because he only had an extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. But now he finally had a god level growth rate demon spirit. Sooner or later, he'd prove to everyone in the Ashen Flames family that he, Li Xingyun, wasn't inferior to Li Yufeng. He'd trample that despicable bastard Li Yufeng under his feet. Nye Li's group chatted with Li Xingyun for a while before leaving Li Xingyun's place. Knowing that Nye Li had used Li Xingyun's power, Xiao Ning felt a lot more at ease. However, Nye Li was only a one fate. It was too dangerous for him to head to the outside world. After all, There were frightening demon beasts that would appear from time to time. Even a Heavenly Axis realm expert could be killed at any time. Nieli, are you going as well? Xiao Ning asked with concern. Of course, but don't worry, I'll advance to 2 fate in the next 2 days. My cultivation has recently reached the pinnacle of 1 fate. With a few more catalysts, I'll be able to break through to 2 fate in a few hours. Nieli nodded. That's right. Nieli lightly smiled. After merging with the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nieli could feel a clear increase in his strength. He was just a little bit away from breaking through. A few hours of cultivation in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting would be enough. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ning faintly smiled and felt a lot more at ease. As long as he reached 2 fate, even if an accident happened in the outside world, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he'd lose a level of cultivation. Knowing that Nieli had stood up for her, Xiao Yu felt very touched. However, when she saw the tacit understanding and compatibility between Nieli and Xiao Ning, she felt very complicated. When Nieli and the rest returned to the courtyard, they saw Gu Bei anxiously waiting for them. When she saw Nieli and the rest return, Gu Bei's brows finally relaxed. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Gu Bei said excitedly, Why are you waiting for us here? Nieli asked as he looked at Gu Bei. I'm bringing you guys to watch a good show. Gu Bei smiled mysteriously. Hurry up and follow me. Although they didn't know what Gu Bei was talking about, Nieli and the other 2 still followed Gu Bei. I've already sent someone to handle the matter you gave me. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it done. Something will happen tonight. Gu Bei revealed a meaningful smile as a trace of coldness flashed through her eyes. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Nieli vaguely understood. The 3 of them followed behind Gu Bei. Sky Soul Institute martial practice field. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here. The entire place was brightly lit, and there were roughly 50 to 60 matches. There were also many spectators. This was a grand occasion for the geniuses of the 3 major sects to exchange pointers. This way, Gu Bei said with a smile. Nieli immediately saw Gulan sitting in a chair with a blanket covering her legs. Gulan's face wasn't as pale as before. Instead, it had a rosy complexion, making her seem more spirited. They walked to Gulan's side. Sister Gulan's complexion is getting better and better, Nieli said with a smile. I still have to thank Mister for the gift. Gulan lightly nodded as her gaze fell onto Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, who were behind Nieli. She smiled and nodded her head in greeting. Nieli looked inside and saw that the crowd was surrounding a martial stage. There were still people fighting on the stage, and the crowd outside was cheering loudly. Gulan and Gu Bei were both here. They were probably going to do something, right? Nieli thought as he couldn't help smiling. Around here, more than 90% of the people are from the Gu clan. Furthermore, there are a few elders among them. Right now, the Gu clan's newest batch of students are competing. Gu Bei said in a low voice. Oh, Nieli nodded and looked into the distance. At the front of the stage, Gu Heng sat beside a few elders, smiling as he chatted with them. Those old men should be the elders of the Gu clan. Chapter 326. Although Gu Bei's progress in cultivation was rather slow, it was all because of Gu Bei's efforts. Most of the time, Gu Bei had been cultivating his sword intent under Gulan's guidance. His sword intent had already reached an extremely shocking level. As long as he didn't intentionally suppress his cultivation, he could immediately display the strength of a heavenly fate realm. This was also the reason why he was able to integrate with a dragon bloodline demon spirit. Just as Gu Quan's sharp claws were about to land on Gu Bei's head, Gu Bei slightly shifted his body and dodged Gu Quan's attack. Both of his hands grabbed onto Gu Quan's claws and slammed him into the ground with lightning speed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Gu Quan's head heavily slammed onto the ground, causing the inscription patterns on the stage to spread out. If it wasn't for the inscription pattern arrays, the entire stage would have been smashed to pieces. However, it was precisely because of the inscription pattern arrays that the ground became extremely firm, causing Gu Quan's injuries to be even more severe. The characteristics of a demon's spirit rapidly disappeared from Gu Quan's body. He laid on the ground, unable to get up, and fainted. This was a complete suppression in terms of strength. At the sight of this scene, the eyes of Guya and the other elders lit up. This brat, Gu Bei, already had the strength of a heavenly fate realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to knock out Gu Quan, who was at the pinnacle of the earth fate realm and had integrated with the iron-back goshawk demon spirit in one move. The Gu clan's disciples were all dumbfounded. They never imagined that Gu Bei would actually be able to deal with Gu Quan in one move. Wasn't this brat's footsteps weak when he went up? The entire place was in silence. It was as if this was the first time they'd met Gu Bei. Looks like this brat was still hiding his strength. Guya couldn't help lightly laughing. He was rather gratified to see that the younger generation of his family wasn't the trash that others had described. Gu Quan still hadn't tested Gu Bei's true strength. Guya glanced at Gu Heng and said, "Gu Heng, send another one fate to test this brat." Gu Heng was about to go crazy. He thought that Gu Quan would go up. He would have been able to give Gu Bei a good beating. However, he didn't expect that Gu Bei would play the pig to eat the tiger and beat Gu Quan to the ground with a single move. He could hear the hint of admiration in Guya's tone. Although Gu Bei's strength wasn't much, she was still young. Once Gu Bei displayed enough talent, the family would definitely pay attention to her. In another 10 or 20 years, when it was time to hand over the position of the head of the family, Gu Bei might even be a threat to him. Gu Bei was Gu Lan's younger brother. He didn't dare to look down on them, and he absolutely couldn't tolerate them. "Gu Yin, you go up!" Gu Heng coldly snorted. Gu Yin was in existence at the pinnacle of the One Fate realm. "Yes." Gu Yin nodded and leaped onto the stage. Gu Quan, who had fainted, had already been carried down. Gu Yin swept a glance at Gu Bei and lightly snorted. "I never thought that a silk pants like you would have some ability. However, when it comes to me, you won't have the chance anymore. I don't just have some ability. Didn't you see it earlier? Did you see that I beat him to the ground with a single move?" Gu Bei did a back throw, looking extremely weird. "Don't you worship me at all?" Gu Yin curled his lips towards Gu Bei, who was pretending to be a fool. "I want to see just how much ability you have." Gu Yin leaped up and swung his fist towards Gu Bei. His fist energy violently rubbed against the air, causing blazing sparks to erupt. Gu Yin didn't seem to have any intentions of merging with his demon spirit. He was only a step away from Two Fate. He could completely crush Gu Bei. The instant Gu Yin made his move, Gu Bei straightened her body. Her expression turned extremely serious as she placed her right hand in front of her chest. She raised two fingers. At this moment, Gu Bei's entire body was enveloped in sword intent. His fingers were like an unsheathed sword. Ever since he went back and read the word sword that Niali had written for him, he'd gained a new understanding of sword intent. At the moment when Gu Yun attacked, whoosh! Gu Bei's body turned into a streak of light as she passed by Gu Yun. The sword intent from those two fingers directly pierced through Gu Yun. Gu Yun originally thought that with his strength at the pinnacle of One Fate, he could easily beat Gu Bei to the ground. Therefore, he didn't have any intentions of merging with his demon spirit. He never thought that he wouldn't even be able to see how Gu Bei made her move. Go down. If this was a real battle, you would already be dead. Gu Bei didn't even turn her head as she spoke in a low voice. A light breeze blew the hair in front of her forehead. Her expression carried a hint of cold arrogance. The group of girls below the stage cried out in surprise. Gu Bei's move was too cool. They didn't even see how Gu Bei made her move. Seeing Gu Bei's move, Guya's eyes flickered with a divine light. He never imagined that Gu Bei's sword intent would reach such a level. Just based on this sword intent, even a 2 fate might not be Gu Bei's opponent. It's easy to raise one's cultivation, but something like sword intent is extremely difficult to cultivate. Once it's successfully cultivated, as long as Gu Bei was willing, her cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds. It seems like they've all underestimated Gu Bei. They thought that Gu Bei was a silk pants. But unbeknownst to them, Gu Bei had already cultivated such a powerful sword intent. With this sword intent, there would definitely be a spot for Gu Bei among the successors of the Gu clan. Gu Yin was a little unconvinced. He still hadn't figured out Gu Bei's move, so he turned his head and wanted to continue fighting with Gu Bei. Gu Yin, come down. You're not Gu Bei's opponent, Gu Yi said with a trace of joy in his voice. The other elders also looked at each other and saw the pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. It was as if they could see the rising genius of the Gu clan, and this person was the hedonistic son of a rich family that they had always looked down upon. Gu Heng's grip on the armrest slightly tightened as the veins on his arm popped out. Only now did he realize that he'd severely underestimated Gu Bei. It turned out that the focus of Gu Bei's cultivation had always been on sword intent. The cultivation of sword intent was the most time-consuming, but once it was successfully cultivated, the results would be extremely shocking. Once the sword intent was successfully cultivated, one could even challenge experts who were a few levels higher. Although Gu Bei's sword intent hadn't reached the pinnacle, it was already very shocking for Gu Bei's current age. Gu Heng instantly felt a great threat. Once Gu Bei continued to display a stronger talent, she would definitely become one of the successors. Whether or not, she would push him down from his position as the first successor was still a problem. Nia Li slightly smiled. All of this was within his expectations. Gu Bei's sword intent was even more refined than before. At this time in the distant crowd, Long Yuan was quietly watching the battle stage. This place allowed outsiders to spectate, so when Long Yuan saw Nia Li from afar, she also came over to watch. She saw the scene of Gu Bei defeating Gu Yin. Long Yuan was basically sure that Gu Bei's strength was already above hers. But before, Gu Bei's strength was far from being her opponent. Could it be that this sword intent was comprehended from Nia Li's sword character? Her hands slightly clenched into fists. She also wanted to see what the sword intent of the sword character was. But Nia Li refused her, which made her very depressed. But Nia Li's sword character had already been sold for 150,000 spirit stones. Why should she ask Nia Li for it? Therefore, Long Yuan's heart was extremely depressed. She had an incomparable desire to obtain Nia Li's character. The corner of Gu Ye's mouth curved into a gratified smile as he waved his hand. Gu Bing, go up and spar with Gu Bei. Gu Ye called over another of Gu Heng's subordinates. This Gu Bing was a 3-fate expert. Gu Bei exercised a little on the stage. His eyes flickered with unswerving determination. In fact, he was extremely excited in his heart. Ever since his sister's cultivation had been crippled, he'd been acting like a grandson in front of others. Every time he fought, he'd be taught a miserable lesson. Now he finally didn't have to suppress himself anymore. All of the emotions in his heart had exploded out. He wanted to ruthlessly trample on Gu Heng's subordinates. Gu Bing flew onto the stage. This time he no longer dared to underestimate Gu Bei like the other two from before. Even he felt a little fearful of Gu Bei's sword intent. Gu Bing solemnly said, I admit that we've underestimated you too much. Your strength has exceeded all of our expectations. Since Elder Gu Ye sent me up, then I won't hold back. Whatever. Gu Bei shrugged his shoulders as he quietly stared at Gu Bing. Feeling the indifferent aura coming from Gu Bei, Gu Bing didn't know why, but he felt a little nervous in his heart. He coldly snorted and started to integrate with his demon spirit. The demon spirit he integrated with was an ordinary god-level growth rate demon spirit. It was a 3-fate scarlet blaze bear that was 3 meters tall and covered in blazing flames. A frightening heat wave blew over as Gu Bing's terrifying aura pressed down on Gu Bei. Gu Bei finally felt a huge pressure from the strength of a 3-fate. However, Gu Bei's heart was boiling as his fighting spirit soared. He no longer hid his strength and suddenly burst forth with the strength of a 1-fate. However, Gu Bei's aura didn't stop. Under the pressure of a 3-fate, the boundary within Gu Bei's soul realm was finally broken. Gu Bei let out a pained roar as the energy in his body surged. His cultivation had finally stepped into the 2-fate realm, and his 2nd-fate soul was slowly condensing within his soul realm. Finally, the opportunity to break through had arrived. A divine light flashed through Gu Bei's eyes as he suddenly integrated with his demon spirit. His body rapidly grew and turned into a huge dragon-bone winged tiger. This dragon-bone winged tiger was 5 meters tall with huge bone wings burning with black soul flames, giving off a huge pressure. A god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, dragon-bone winged tiger. Although the dragon-bone winged tiger's strength had just reached the 2-fate realm, it still had an absolute advantage against the scarlet blaze bear, which was 1 rank higher than it. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the dragon-bone winged tiger furiously roared. In front of it, the scarlet blaze bear was like an underage child. These were 2 completely different types of powers. Chapter 3:27. The colossal scarlet blaze bear trembled with fear. Under the terrifying pressure of the dragon-bone winged tiger, it couldn't even budge an inch. The dragon-bone winged tiger raised its huge paw and slammed it towards the colossal scarlet blaze bear. Asterisk boom. Asterisk under the frightening power, the colossal scarlet blaze bear was flattened to the ground, its thick legs twitching nonstop. A god-level growth rate, colossal scarlet blaze bear was only slightly inferior to an excellent level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Furthermore, Gu Bing was already a 3-fate expert. The colossal scarlet blaze bear he'd fused with was also a 3-fate. However, under the attack of the dragon-bone winged tiger, the colossal scarlet blaze bear was beaten to the ground. At the sight of this, Guya abruptly stood up. With his sharp eyes and keen senses, how could he not feel that Gu Bei's dragon bloodline demon spirit was definitely a god-level growth rate demon spirit? He couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. He understood what a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit meant. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit represented a pinnacle pillar of strength. Once it matured, it would definitely be a pivotal existence in the Hagami Minyan. In recent years, the Gu family had been constantly hunting demon beasts in the outside world. However, they'd only managed to hunt 2 dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits. One of them was given to Gulan. However, Gulan's meridians had been crippled, so she couldn't give the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit to anyone else. The other one was given to Guheng. However, Guheng's talent was still a level lower than Gulan's. But now, another dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit had appeared in the Gu clan out of nowhere. Where did Gu Bei get her hands on a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit? Under normal circumstances, dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits were in the hands of the major families, since they were too hard to obtain. Basically, after hunting tens of thousands of dragon bloodline demon beasts, there would only be one extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. As for a god level growth rate demon spirit, it was purely based on luck. The entire family would have to constantly hunt dragon bloodline demon beasts. Only after several years would they be able to hunt a god-level growth rate demon spirit. However, Gu Bei actually had a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Although he didn't know where Gu Bei's dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit came from, he didn't know. However, one thing was certain. With a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, Gu Bei would definitely become the second successor of the Gu clan. Furthermore, the position of the first successor would also have to be carefully considered. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Although it was extremely rare, there might be someone with heaven-defying luck who managed to hunt a dragon bloodline demon beast and obtain one. After all, it was a matter of probability. It didn't matter how Gu Bei got it. What was important was that another genius had appeared in the Gu family. This matter would definitely shake the entire family. Gu Heng couldn't contain the shock in his eyes any longer. Gu Bei actually obtained a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Gu Heng suddenly had a feeling that his position wasn't as stable as before. All along, Gu Heng hadn't placed Gu Bei in his heart. But now, Gu Bei had suddenly become a great threat. Two siblings, one was crippled, yet she was still unwilling to accept it. The second one also wanted to give it a try. A vicious light flashed through Gu Heng's eyes. Since Gu Bei had decided to fight for the position, she must have some confidence. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Gu Heng knew that it was no longer possible to poison Gu Bei. Firstly, Gu Bei would definitely be on guard. Secondly, both siblings' meridians were blocked. There would definitely be a problem, and the family would definitely investigate to the end. Furthermore, he would also be identified as a suspect, which would affect his prestige in the family. He had to think of another way. He had to stop Gu Bei from growing. If Gu Bei wanted to fight for the position, she would definitely have to go to the outside world to establish her power. Once she reached the outside world, Gu Heng definitely wouldn't give Gu Bei a chance. Sitting on the chair, Gu Lan's gaze swept past Gu Heng. Her expression was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Gu Heng probably never expected that Gu Bei would have already recovered. His enemy wasn't Gu Bei alone, but the two siblings Gu Bei and Gu Lan. The three fate Gu Bing had also lost. The surrounding Gu clan's disciples all looked at Gu Ya. They wanted to see if Gu Ya was going to send someone else to test Gu Bei. However, Gu Ya waved his hand and laughed. Let's end the test for Gu Bei. We're going to hold an emergency meeting of the elders. All disciples of the Gu clan, listen up. Gu Bei will be the successor of our Gu clan. As for the successor position, we'll decide on it later. Gu Heng stood up and laughed. Congratulations to cousin Gu Bei for obtaining a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit and establishing yourself as the successor. I never imagined that cousin Gu Bei would give us such a big shock. Hearing Gu Ya's words, many of the Gu clan's disciples couldn't help discussing amongst themselves. Gu Bei's dragon bone winged tiger is a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Where did he get his dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit? I never imagined that our Gu clan would have another genius who integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Although his cultivation is far from the other successors, he'll probably be the second-in-line successor with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. The second-in-line successor position would probably belong to Gu Bei. After all, in the entire Gu clan, there were only two juniors who'd integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Very quickly, the news of Gu Bei integrating with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit and being confirmed as the successor quickly spread. Even the other families knew about it. Some people were happy, while others were depressed. Those who were happy because the Hagami Munyan had another genius in the younger generation. Those who were depressed because the Gu clan strength had increased once again. Gu Bei and Gu Heng's gazes met. Both of their eyes were filled with raging fighting intent. The two of them would undoubtedly fight to the death for the successor position of the Gu clan. Gu family Gu Ya and the rest quickly returned to the Gu family. The Gu family's elders' assembly immediately convened. Dozens of elders sat in the Gu family's main hall. Seated at the front was the Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Tianlong. Gu Tianlong swept his gaze across the elders and asked, "What do you guys think about this matter with Gu Bei?" "We must investigate this matter thoroughly. Exactly where did Gu Bei get her hands on a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit?" The third elder, Gu Yu, said in a solemn voice. Furthermore, he disregarded the clan's rules and integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit without informing the clan. He should be punished. Otherwise, wouldn't it be against the clan's rules if someone else learns from him and integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit on their own? Gu Yu lightly smiled as a light flashed across his eyes. Third elder, are you going to punish a genius that has just integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit? Gu Lan's meridians are blocked. As Gu Lan's brother, Gu Bei has also suffered quite a bit. Furthermore, he endured silently and kept a low profile. In the end, he managed to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat if we still want to punish him. Wouldn't it be disappointing? However, it's true that Gu Bei has violated the clan's rules. There are many who have violated the clan's rules. Gu Yu looked at Gu Yu as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Gu Heng is also one of them. When has Gu Heng ever violated the clan's rules? Gu Yu's brows slightly twitched. Humph. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Third elder, do you still want me to continue? Gu Yu glanced at Gu Yu. Gu Yu opened his mouth, but in the end he remained silent. In his heart he was puzzled. Could it be that the matter of Gu Heng poisoning Gulan was already known by Gu Yu? Many of the elders started arguing one after another, but Gu Tianlong kept silent and pondered for a long time. One of the elders looked at Gu Tianlong and said, "This matter still has to be decided by the patriarch. I feel that although Gu Bei looks like a silk pants, he's actually extremely hardworking and diligent. In addition to the fact that he has integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, he's completely qualified to be the second-in-line successor. I agree as well. Very quickly, more than half of the elders agreed that Gu Bei would be the second-in-line successor. Everyone looked at Gu Tianlong. In the end, Gu Tianlong still had to make the final decision. Gu Tianlong calmly said in a low voice, "I've decided to make Gu Bei the first-in-line successor. What do you guys think?" Hearing Gu Tianlong's words, more than half of the elders were stunned. Making Gu Bei the second-in-line successor was already shocking enough. But now, Gu Tianlong actually made Gu Bei the first-in-line successor. Just what was going on? The third elder, Gu Yu, immediately stood up and said, "Patriarch, Gu Bei's cultivation isn't high enough, and he hasn't established his own force in the outside world. Isn't it a little too rash to appoint him as the first-in-line successor of our Gu clan?" Gu Tianlong glanced at Gu Yu as his voice carried a trace of sharpness. Gu Heng's character isn't proper. Although his strength and talent are passable, he's still not qualified to be the first-in-line successor. For the time being, he'll be demoted to the second-in-line successor position. We'll have to observe him. Hearing Gu Tianlong's words, Gu Yu no longer dared to argue and sat down, feeling a little depressed. The other elders also discussed in low voices as they secretly conversed. There must be a reason for the patriarch to make such a decision. Gu Tianlong had said that Gu Heng's character wasn't proper. Normally, Gu Heng's performance had never been a problem. However, when they thought of Gulan, who had become a cripple due to her blocked meridians, and Gu Bei, who had suddenly appeared after enduring for so long, they quickly understood. I agree with the patriarch's decision. Very quickly, almost 90% of the elders agreed. Although Gu Bei's strength was far from enough, he was still only the first-in-line successor. There was no harm in giving the first-in-line successor position to Gu Bei. It could be considered as compensation for Gu Bei's suffering over the years. Chapter 3:28. Gu Heng felt that he'd poisoned Gulan and blocked her meridians without anyone knowing. However, Gu Tianlong and the rest had already found out the truth. It was just that after Gu Lan's meridians were blocked, Gu Heng had become the only member of the Gu family to possess a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. If this matter was exposed, Gu Heng would completely lose his prestige in the Gu family. If no one could replace Gu Heng, then the Gu family's future decline would be inevitable. After all, a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit wasn't easy to obtain. What made Gu Tianlong, Guya, and the rest feel gratified was that Gu Bei stood out at this moment. Not only did she cultivate sword intent, but she also possessed a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. At this moment, they no longer had any misgivings like before. They wanted to remove Gu Heng from the first-in-line successor position first. They wanted to knock some sense into Gu Heng. Otherwise, Gu Heng would really be out of control. The meeting ended. A few hours later, the decision of the Gu clan's elder council spread throughout the Gu clan. Every member of the Gu family was stunned. They originally thought that Gu Bei would be the second-in-line successor of the Gu family. However, they never imagined that Gu Bei would actually be the first-in-line successor. This was something that none of the Gu clan's members could react to. Some of the Gu clan's members vaguely realized something. However, they didn't say anything. After all, this matter could be considered a family scandal. They never imagined that the patriarch would make such a swift decision. The news quickly spread to the stage. Although Gu Heng was a little depressed when Guya and the rest left, he didn't think much of it. He felt that it was enough for the patriarch to arrange a second-in-line successor for Gu Bei. His first-in-line successor position was still stable. However, when he received the news, he could no longer remain calm. He never imagined that the Gu family would remove his first-in-line successor position. One must know that Gu Bei had yet to establish any forces in the outside world. What qualifications does Gu Bei have? Gu Heng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The blood in his body surged, and he really wanted to argue with the family head. But after a long time, his rationality gradually returned. It seemed like the patriarch knew something and was trying to warn him. Gu Heng was depressed. He glanced at Gu Bei in the distance. This time, Gu Bei would be proud of himself. However, even if Gu Bei became the second Gulan, so what? Gu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had helped that person pull Gulan down from her position in the past. This time, that person should also help him. It was impossible for Gu Bei to rise again. At this moment, Nia Li was chatting with Gu Bei and the others. I never imagined that the patriarch would actually appoint me as the first-in-line successor. Gu Bei was astonished and puzzled in her heart. The corner of her mouth curled into a faint smile as she narcissistically said, "Could it be that the patriarch has seen that I'm a one-in-a-million genius, the only man that can save the Gu family?" Nia Li couldn't help rolling his eyes at Gu Bei's words. "You're thinking too much. The fact that the Gu clan's patriarch is supporting you is secondary. Even if your talent is high, there's no need for him to make you the first-in-line successor. It's probably just a warning to Gu Heng. The things that Gu Heng did to your sister back then have already been known by your patriarch. It's just that Gu Heng is the only person in the Gu family with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, so he can't suppress him. But now that you've risen and become the second person in the Gu family with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, they're worried that Gu Heng will use the same trick he used to deal with your sister back then. Therefore, they're using this method to knock Gu Heng down, so that Gu Heng will have some fear." Gu Bei smiled. "Gu Heng deserves it. His first-in-line successor position is in danger. That should be enough to make him depressed for a while." Gulan looked at Gu Bei and said, "Although Gu Heng's first-in-line successor position is in danger, he still has a deep influence in the outside world. Since you haven't established your own influence in the outside world, when it's time to inherit the patriarch's position, Gu Heng will still be the first-in-line successor. Gu Heng is still the first in line, because the position of patriarch cannot be passed to someone without any foundation. Gulan was warning Gu Bei not to let her guard down, just because she's the first-in-line successor. I understand, big sister. Gu Bei nodded. Although they now had some capital to contend with Gu Heng, their foundation was still too shallow. They could only establish their own influence in the outside world. Only then would they be considered to have a firm foothold. In Gu Bei's heart, she couldn't wait any longer. Nia Li, Ning and Xiao Yu, along with Gu Bei and Gulan, went to another place to watch the competition. Gu Heng's gaze followed Nia Li's group as they left. Looking at Nia Li's back, his expression was gloomy. That brat Nia Li refused a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He'd been hanging out with Gu Bei and Gulan since a long time ago. He couldn't deal with Gu Bei and Gulan for now, but dealing with Nia Li wasn't a problem. Gu Heng coldly snorted and said, "Let's go." With that, he led the group away. Xiao Ning raised her head and looked at Nia Li with tears flickering in her eyes. She was extremely reluctant to part with him. "Nia Li, it's almost dawn. I have to return with the sisters of the Heavenly Note sect." "Okay, take care of yourself in the Heavenly Note sect." Nia Li patted Xiao Ning's shoulder as he lightly smiled, although there was some sadness in his heart. After all, he'd experienced so many years and had already seen through many things. Xiao Ning looked at Nia Li and tiptoed to give Nia Li a light peck on his cheek. Her face was boiling hot as she turned around and was about to run. However, she was pulled back by Nia Li. He shoved an interspatial ring into Xiao Ning's hands and said, "There are some spiritual stones and some extraordinary level growth rate dragon, bloodline demon spirits inside. You can split them among yourselves." Xiao Ning kissed Nia Li and felt embarrassed to death. In the end, she was pulled back by Nia Li to talk about this and that. "Right, there are also some words that I've written inside. If there's anything else that's missing, you can tell me now." Nia Li pulled Xiao Ning's hand. He had to admit that Ning's hand was really smooth and soft. Looking at Xiao Ning's embarrassed expression, Nia Li couldn't help smiling. Xiao Ning's face was boiling hot as she couldn't help stomping her feet. "There's nothing else. I'll be leaving first." Xiao Ning felt embarrassed to death. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Nia Li's eyes. Looking at Xiao Ning's departing figure, Nia Li couldn't help lightly smiling. A girl's heart was like a pure piece of unpolished jade, truly beautiful. Whether it was Ziyun or Xiao Ning, they were both people that he would not hesitate to protect with his life. The disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect gathered together. Xiao Ning waved goodbye to Nia Li from afar. Mingyue Wushuang couldn't help taking a glance at Nia Li before looking at Xiao Ning. She revealed a faint smile. It seemed that Nia Li and Xiao Ning had a very good relationship. In the distance, Yan Yang walked towards Nia Li and smiled at Nia Li. "Junior brother Nia Li, it's a pity that time was too tight. I wasn't able to have a good chat with you. Let's part ways for today. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. If you come to the Skyblaze sect, feel free to look for me. We can have a good chat." "Many thanks, senior brother Yan Yang. I'll definitely pay you a visit." Nia Li lightly cupped his hands. No matter what, it was absolutely right to have a good relationship with Yan Yang, the future patriarch of the Skyblaze sect. Yan Yang wasn't as hard to get close to as the rumors said. What Nia Li didn't know was that Yan Yang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to ordinary people, even people like Long Tianming. However, Yan Yang looked at Nia Li in a different light. Seeing how polite Yan Yang was to Nia Li, the Skyblaze sect's disciples silently memorized Nia Li's appearance. In the future, if they met Nia Li, they wouldn't have any conflicts with Nia Li. It would be best if they could give Nia Li some convenience. After all, Nia Li was someone that the Holy Sun valued. Even the Holy Sun owed Nia Li a favor. If they provoked Nia Li, they would probably be taught a miserable lesson by the Holy Sun. In the Skyblaze sect, Yin Yang's status was extraordinary. Then I'll take my leave first. Yin Yang nodded his head and left with the Skyblaze sect's disciples. Yi Xian coldly swept a glance at Nia Li before leaving with Yin Yang. Xiao Ning and Nia Li had been alone for an entire night. This had become a knot in Yi Xian's heart that was difficult to untie, filling his heart with rage. However, he couldn't do anything to Nia Li, so he could only secretly support Morongyu to deal with Nia Li. Lu Piao and Xiao Shui also reluctantly said their goodbyes in the distance. As the two sect's disciples left, Nia Li watched as Xiao Ning waved her hand and disappeared at the end of the road. Xiao Yu watched as Nia Li and Xiao Ning bid each other farewell. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. The two of them were truly a good match. His gaze was distant, and no one knew what he was thinking. After sending off Nia Li retracted his gaze. For Zun and Ning, for his clansmen, for his friends and brothers. Nia Li understood that he had to quickly expand his strength. He was about to reach To Fate, and he had to head to the outside world outside of Hagami Myunmyun to manage his own forces and fight for power in Hagami Myunmyun. Together with Xiao Yu and Lu Piao, Nia Li returned to the courtyard. Nia Li immediately entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains, painting to cultivate. After several hours of cultivation, Nia Li's aura suddenly burst forth as two fate souls slowly formed in his soul realm. To Nia Li's surprise, the second life soul was blue. The two life souls, one red and one blue, left Nia Li a little stunned. He had no idea what had happened. An ordinary person's fate soul was colorless. As he cultivated, Nia Li opened his eyes, just as he'd expected. With the help of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, he only needed a few hours to complete his breakthrough. However, the situation after his breakthrough left him extremely confused. But since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. Nia Li consolidated his cultivation and glanced at Plume Flame Godnese and Golden Egg, who were cultivating. Whether it was Plume Flame Godnese or Golden Egg, their cultivations had increased a lot compared to before they entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. After he finished cultivating, Nia Li made a trip to the Soul Hall and placed one of his fate souls there. After reaching To Fate, he could finally head to the outside world. The real show was about to begin. Chapter 329. Great World. North of Hagami Myunmyun, Lingyu Deity's Lake. The Ling Jade Deity's pool was located on a small floating mountain. Spring water flowed down from the small mountain. In the middle of the small mountain, there was a pool of water. From time to time, some spirit stones would emerge from the pool. The deity's lake would absorb a large amount of heavenly energy from its surroundings and produce spiritual stones. Due to the existence of a large number of deities' lakes in the Draconic Ruins realm, the heavenly energy between the heavens and earth was extremely thin. However, people could still obtain spiritual stones that contained a large amount of heavenly energy from the deity's lakes. A deity's pool was the same as a plant. It had a certain lifespan. A deity's pool would be at its peak within 3,000 years. It would produce the most spiritual stones every year. Once 3,000 years passed, the deity's pool would slowly dry up. The Ling Jade deity's lake had existed for over 5,000 years. In a year, it would only produce a few thousand spiritual stones at most. Generally, the bigger forces wouldn't care about the Ling Jade deity's lake. Therefore, this deity's lake was occupied by Hua Ling's group. It just so happened that Hua Ling was patrolling the Ling Jade deity's lake. Recently, he'd received 2 pieces of good news. It could be considered a double blessing, so he was in a good mood. One was that the Ling Jade deity's lake was slowly showing signs of recovering. The other was that his people had surrounded and killed Xiao Yu. This made Hua Ling very happy. Hua Ling had been unhappy with Xiao Yu for a long time. Every time Xiao Yu would look at him coldly and arrogantly. Moreover, as a grown man, he actually looked more handsome than a woman. Every time he appeared, women would scream, making him very annoyed. Xiao Yu asked for it. If he dares to come to the outside world in the future, I'll kill him every time I see him. Who asked his old man to fight with my father for the throne? Hua Ling coldly snorted. He turned his head and glanced at the Ling Jade Deity's lake. The Ling Jade Deity's lake was the foundation that allowed him to gain a foothold in the outside world. Every year, it produced several thousand spiritual stones. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still pretty good. There were more than 60 of them in total, and each of them could get quite a lot of money every year, and usually when they were on guard duty. After all, there were basically no powers that would try to snatch the Ling Jade Deity's lake from them. Naturally, they were not the only experts from the Little Heaven realm. In the depths of a distant great world, some experts from other small heaven worlds had also occupied some deities' lakes. Just as the group of them were cultivating, 3 auras flew over. Hua Ling fixed his gaze on her, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Xiao Yu, that idiot. She actually dared to appear here. She really doesn't know how she died. Did she think that she could do anything to us just because she brought 2 people?" Hua Ling was well aware of the strength behind Xiao Yu. The tiny world's talents had withered, and there were only a few people from the entire Hagami Mianmian that came from the tiny world. Even if he killed Xiao Yu would have no place to cry. But this time, Xiao Yu still dared to come. Her brain must have been caught in the door. Nia Li, Xiao Yu, and Lu Piao stood in the air. He looked down at the people around the Ling Jade Deity's lake. Nia Li's gaze fell onto Hua Ling. "Hua Ling, come out." Lu Piao yelled towards the Ling Jade Deity's lake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 60 figures flew into the sky. Hua Ling's gaze fell onto Xiao Yu's group of 3 as a cold smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Xiao Yu, it looks like you want to die again. Not only did you come to die, you even brought 2 short-lived ghosts with you. Hua Ling, you're bullying Xiao Yu with so many people. You're too shameless." Lu Piao placed her left hand on her waist and pointed at Hua Ling with her right. "How do you think we should resolve this matter? Should we pay up, or should we kowtow and admit our mistakes?" "Pay up? Kowtow and admit our mistakes?" Hua Ling laughed as if he'd heard a hilarious joke. "Are your brains flooded with water? Did you think that coming to the outside world would be the same as in the Sky Soul Institute? 3 idiots." Everyone behind Hua Ling burst out in laughter. Nia Li's group of 3 really didn't know what they were talking about. The 3 of them actually dared to be so arrogant in front of them. "You have to pay a price for injuring my people. Leave everything on you. Consider it compensation for Xiao Yu's loss. I can spare your lives." Nia Li appeared calm as he swept a sharp gaze across Hua Ling's group. Hearing Nia Li's words, Xiao Yu's face couldn't help burning slightly. She lowered her head, who knew what she was thinking. "Don't know what you're talking about. You actually want us to pay up? In this outside world, the strong prey on the weak. You don't even have the strength. Yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You won't even know how you died." Hua Ling waved his hand and barked, "Brothers, make these idiots scram back to the Soul Hall." 60 people quickly surrounded Nia Li and the other 2, forming an encirclement. Nia Li shrugged his shoulders as he coldly looked at Hua Ling. "You're the one who said that the strong prey on the weak. Since that's the case, then there's no other way." The instant Nia Li's voice landed, a powerful aura locked onto Hua Ling and his men, rendering them unable to move. This was an absolute power that could crush everything. Li Xingyun had sent a group of Heavenly Star Realm experts. There was even a Heavenly Axis Realm expert that listened to Nia Li's orders. On the other hand, Hua Ling's men were only a group of Heavenly Fate Realm experts. They weren't on the same level. Hua Ling turned his head with difficulty and discovered that they were already surrounded by a group of people. There were no less than 200 people on the other side, and Hualing could recognize the few people in the lead. They were Li Xingyun's men. Hualing, you don't seem to have learned your lesson. Boss Xingyun told you guys to stay away from Nieli. Since you guys didn't listen, then don't blame us. Li Hu said in a solemn voice as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Hualing and his men. Under that terrifying pressure, Hualing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was depressed in his heart. Li actually called for reinforcements. Even if Nieli and Li Xingyun had some friendly relations, how did Nieli manage to get Li Xingyun to send so many people to stand up for him? Hualing couldn't figure it out. After all, Nieli didn't have any background or power. Li Xingyun's Tianqing League was an extremely powerful force amongst the younger generation. It wasn't something that Hualing could go against. Hualing looked at Li Hu and asked in a slightly depressed tone, I have no enmity with Boss Xingyun. Why would Boss Xingyun help them deal with me? That's not something you should care about. We're now listening to young Master Nieli's orders. Your fate is completely in the hands of young Master Nieli. Li Hu said with a little disdain. If it wasn't for Li Xingyun's orders, a person of Hualing's level wouldn't even be worthy of him taking action. Kill them all, Nieli said in a solemn voice. Indeed, it was as Hualing had said. In the outside world, the strong preyed on the weak. Countless people competed and killed each other, all for the sake of obtaining more resources and making themselves stronger. If Xiao Yu was killed by Hualing, and they didn't return the favor, Hualing and his men would definitely take a mile after taking an inch. Li Xingyun's men slowly approached Hualing and his men. For safety's sake, Li Xingyun had sent over 200 men to Nieli. Among them, there were a few Heavenly Star Realm experts and one Heavenly Axis Realm expert, Li Hu. Hualing understood that it was useless to be humble at this moment. He coldly looked at Li Hu and said, I don't understand why Li Xingyun would help these 3 brats deal with me. What I want to say is that our little heaven realm isn't easy to bully. If you guys kill us, it's the same as starting a war with all the experts of our little heaven realm. Isn't he afraid of the experts of our little heaven realm taking revenge? Li Xingyun is only the 3rd successor of the Ashen Flames family. If he makes too many enemies, it'll be detrimental to his competition for the Patriarch's position. Hualing tried to persuade Li Hu, but it was useless no matter what Hualing said. If it was anyone other than Nieli, Li Xingyun definitely wouldn't spend so much effort to eliminate Hualing and his men. However, Nieli was different. Compared to the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit that Nieli had given him, what was this little help? Li Hu smiled indifferently and said, Are you threatening us? Our Tianqing League has never been afraid of anyone. If you want to start a war, then bring it on. Since that's the case, then I, Hualing, have fallen today. However, I'll definitely get my revenge sooner or later. When Hualing heard Li Hu's words, he finally severed his last bit of hope. Li Hu waved his palms through the air. Boom! 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 Hualing and his men exploded one by one as blood splattered everywhere. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Lu Piao was speechless in his heart. After interacting with Li Hu for so long, he only knew that Li Hu was extremely loyal to Li Xingyun. Beside Li Xingyun, he was like a servant. However, he never imagined that Li Hu would be so powerful. Even with so many Heavenly Fate realm experts, he was still able to kill them all in a matter of minutes. Li Hu's strength had completely crushed Hualing and his men. Killing Hualing and his men could be considered as helping Xiao Yu vent her anger. Young Master Nieli, these are the interspatial rings that Hualing and his men left behind. Li Hu made a grabbing motion and collected the interspatial rings that Hualing and his men left behind, then handed them over to Nieli. After dying in the outside world, everything on one's body, including interspatial rings, artifacts, and so on, would be snatched away by others. Therefore, Most people wouldn't dare to bring their precious things out. Hua Ling and his men also didn't have many good things in their interspatial rings. Nya Li looked at Li Hu and said with a faint smile, "Many thanks to the brothers from the Tianqing League for lending a hand. Since the brothers from the Tianqing League came to help, how could I let them return empty-handed? Why don't you distribute these things to the brothers?" Nya Li's right hand moved and threw an interspatial ring filled with a large amount of spiritual stones to Li Hu. Li Hu hastily said, "Our young master sent us here. How could we have the nerve to accept your things?" "You're welcome. This is what I should do. Since you helped me run an errand, you should at least give me some travel expenses. Otherwise, wouldn't I seem too stingy? I will talk to Li Xingyun. If you don't accept it, then you're not giving me any face," Nya Li said with a bright smile. After thinking about it, Li Hu didn't refuse and accepted the interspatial ring. "You guys wait here, I'll be right back." Nya Li leaped towards the Lingyu deity's lake in the distance. Chapter 330. Initially, the members of the Tianqing League had some complaints in their hearts. To deal with Hua Ling's group, Nya Li had actually sent over 200 of them. What a waste of time! However, since it was Li Xingyun who had sent them, they didn't dare to say anything. However, when Li Hu distributed the spiritual stones that Nya Li had given to the members of the Tianqing League, none of them had any complaints. Nya Li was truly generous. He had given out so many spiritual stones in one go. When it was distributed to everyone, there were actually over 50 spiritual stones in total. Every single one of them was extremely happy that they could get such a high profit from this trip. This was even more than what they could earn in a month. Thinking about it, this young master Nya Li had actually given out 10,000 spiritual stones in one go. My God, his wealth was simply too shocking. Just to help Nya Li obstruct Hua Ling's group, Li Xingyun had sent over 200 people. This showed how much importance Li Xingyun had placed on Nya Li. This young master, Nya Li, definitely wasn't simple. They had been in the Draconic Ruins realm for so many years. Thus, all of them immediately retracted their contempt and no longer had any complaints about this operation. Seeing Nya Li heading towards the Ling Jade deity's lake, Li Hu and the rest looked at Nya Li in doubt. What was Nya Li doing in the Ling Jade deity's lake? Although the Ling Jade deity's lake produced spiritual stones, it only produced a few thousand in a year. Nya Li had given out 10,000 spiritual stones in one go, so why would he care about that little bit of spiritual stones? Xiao Yu and Lu Piao originally wanted to follow him, but they were stopped by Nya Li. Thus, Nya Li arrived at the Ling Jade deity's lake by himself. In the Ling Jade deity's lake, Nya Li's feet were immersed in the water as he swiftly wrote down inscription patterns. One inscription pattern after another descended. Boom! Boom! These inscription patterns continuously bombarded the bottom of the Ling Jade deity's lake, causing water to splash everywhere. The bottom of the Ling Jade deity's lake rapidly formed a mystical inscription pattern array, causing the entire lake to violently tremble. The inscription pattern seal array continued to emit dazzling rays of light. Immediately after, a black shadow slowly rose from the depths of the pool. This black shadow looked a little like a snake, but it wasn't one. This was the origin of the deity's lake, the legendary deity Root. The depths of the Draconic Ruins realm would give birth to a mysterious spiritual object, known as the deity Root. The deity Root would be nurtured underground for tens of thousands of years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. At a certain time, it would slowly rise into the air with a small hill of soil, forming a divine pool that would continuously absorb the heavenly energy between heaven and earth. As it nurtured the spirit stones, its body was also growing. Ordinary people did not know about the existence of the deity Root. It was hidden deep in the soil and was extremely spiritual. It was very difficult to find. Moreover, once the deity pool dried up, the deity Root would also disappear into thin air. Only a special inscription pattern array could slowly pull the deity Root out of the soil. Nya Li extended his hand and grabbed onto the deity root. The deity root was constantly struggling, as if it wanted to escape. It wanted to run. Not so easy. Nya Li moved his right hand and threw the deity root into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. He had finally captured the first deity root. The captured deity root would continue to be nurtured in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Although the deity root in the Ling Jade deity's lake was already in a weakened state, it was still better than nothing. Nya Li flew back. Li, who seemed to have seen Nya Li take something out of the Ling Jade deity's lake, but he didn't pay attention to what it was. Nya Li flew back and smiled. "Let's go." A group of people flew away. After Nya Li's group left, the Ling Jade deity's lake that was floating in the sky rapidly collapsed and fell from the sky. The Ling Jade deity's lake had completely disappeared. Several days later, Hua Ling returned with a large group of people. But where was the Ling Jade deity's lake? Seeing this, Hua Ling roared in anger. Veins popped out all over his body. "Nieli Li Xingyun, it's fine if you killed me, but you actually destroyed my deity's lake. I'm not done with you." Hua Ling couldn't understand it, no matter how he thought about it. Why would they destroy a deity's lake? Who would destroy a deity's lake after killing someone? Wasn't this too much of a hatred? The Ling Jade deity's lake only produced a few thousand spiritual stones every year. Was there a need to be so ruthless? There were many cases of major forces fighting over deities' lakes in the outside world, but no one had ever seen anyone destroy a deity's lake after killing someone. Just what the hell was going on? Hua Ling's lips trembled in anger. This was utterly devoid of conscience. Without the Ling Jade deity's lake, it would be difficult for Hua Ling to support his subordinates with his income. He didn't even have the strength to fight for a new deity's lake. Destroying my deity's lake is an irreconcilable enmity. Whenever Hua Ling thought of his deity's lake being destroyed, he had the urge to vomit blood. Xiao Yu's courtyard Nya Li was quietly cultivating in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The deity root he had plundered earlier had already formed a small floating mountain with a small deity's lake forming on top of it. Furthermore, Nya Li could sense that the deity root had received a great amount of nourishment from the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The heavenly energy in the draconic ruins realm was extremely thin, so the amount of heavenly energy that the deity root could absorb was extremely limited. On the other hand, the heavenly energy in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was practically endless. The heavenly energy surged towards the deity's lake like a tidal wave. As for the deity root, once it received the nourishment of heavenly energy, it would flourish and grow. The deity's lake was already constantly producing spiritual stones. Furthermore, the output was much higher than before. Sure enough, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was more suitable to nurture a deity's lake. For some reason, the previous expert that possessed the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting didn't nurture a deity's lake within it. However, what Nieli didn't know was that the last time an expert possessed the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, the scenery within the painting wasn't like this. However, after several battles, everything within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting had returned to its original state. While Nya Li was concentrating on cultivating, the Sky Soul Institute's Union Hall happened to be open to the public today. There were people everywhere, as many forces were recruiting new members. Gu Bei and Lu Piao were loudly shouting, "The Demon League is recruiting. We'll provide 20 spiritual stones every month, as well as all sorts of allowances. Those with Earth spiritual roots and above will receive 30 spiritual stones every month. Those with Heaven's spiritual roots will receive 40 spiritual stones every month. There's no need to wait past the deadline. Those that sign the contract will immediately receive a subsidy of 30 spiritual stones. Once a person signed the contract, they would be bound by the contract. However, The majority of newcomers would still choose to join a major force. Once they reached Two Fate, they could head to the outside world. If they wanted to head to the outside world, they couldn't rely on fighting alone. In order to obtain resources, they had to become a member of a major force. Hearing Gu Bei and Lu Piao's shouts, many people rushed towards Gu Bei. Many people rushed over to Gu Bei's side. Most of the newcomers who joined other forces received very low treatment. It was already very good if they could get 10 spiritual stones a month. However, Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the others were actually able to provide several times that amount every month. However, many people were still hesitant. Before joining a force, these newcomers had to make their own choices. They wanted to follow a boss with a better future. After all, the moment they signed the contract, it would be in effect unless there were special circumstances. If they were to break the contract, it would be very difficult for them to gain a foothold in Hagami Mianmian. They would be cast aside. The surrounding newcomers were all discussing amongst themselves. Where did those two come from? You don't know? That youth is Gu Bei. He's just been confirmed to be the first-in-line successor of the Gu family after integrating with a dragon bloodline god, level, growth, rate, demon spirit. Hearing this, the eyes of the newcomers lit up. The first-in-line successor of the Gu family might even become the patriarch of the Gu family in the future. Furthermore, Gu Bei still hadn't established a force in the outside world. If they joined now, and Gu Bei became the patriarch of the Gu family, they would be her subjects. This was definitely a huge temptation, not to mention that Gu Bei had given them such a tempting condition. Very quickly, one newcomer after another signed the contract with Gu Bei. However, these newcomers discovered that the boss of the Demon League wasn't Gu Bei, but someone else. They were a little curious about this mysterious person. Just who could make someone like Gu Bei willingly submit to him? The various forces that were in the midst of recruiting were dumbfounded as they watched the endless stream of newcomers flocking to Gu Bei and Lu Piao's side. The number of people coming to their side were few and far between. After all, the difference in treatment was too great. Looking at the treatment they were giving, and then looking at the treatment that Gu Bei and the rest were giving to the newcomers, they were completely speechless. Even those in charge of recruiting simply wanted to join the Demon League. Slow down, slow down! Feeling that there were too many people squeezing their way, Lu Piao hastily shouted. However, his face was filled with excitement. He didn't expect that so many people would come to the Demon Alliance as soon as it opened. Looking at the overcrowded scene, Lu Piao could imagine the spectacular scene when he fought for hegemony in the great world in the future. With a wave of his hand, thousands of experts would cover the sky and earth. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Gu Bei proudly said, "As long as you do your best for our Demon League, we definitely won't mistreat you. As long as you join our Demon League, we'll give everyone a suitable martial ancestor realm cultivation technique. When you reach the Heavenly Star Realm, you'll get a grade 3 artifact. When you reach the Heavenly Axis Realm, you'll get excellent and extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. I, Gu Bei, will keep my word." Hearing Gu Bei's words, everyone boiled with excitement. Wasn't this treatment a little too frightening? Not only would everyone get a martial ancestor realm cultivation technique, but they'd also get artifacts and excellent and extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. My God! Everyone felt their blood boiling. The geniuses that were still hesitating all made up their minds. Following Gu Bei was definitely the right choice. When the other forces saw their side being deserted, while the Demon League's front was a boiling cauldron of voices, every one of them felt depressed. How could this be? There were no rules at all. Wasn't Gu Bei afraid that he'd play the Gu clan until they went bankrupt? Chapter 331. After an entire day, Gu Bei's group recruited over 600 people. Most of them were in the Heavenly Fate realm, and 3 of them were in the Heavenly Star realm. Due to various reasons, those 3 hadn't joined any other forces. However, when they saw how generous the Demon League's conditions were, they decided to join. The other forces only recruited a few dozen people in an entire day. In just one day, the Demon League had over 600 people. That was more than enough to occupy one or two deities' lakes. Gu Bei's newly established force immediately attracted the attention of the other forces. However, because of Gu Bei's identity, they didn't dare to clash with the Demon League. Gu Bei was the first-in-line successor to the Gu family. If they provoked Gu Bei now, what if one day Gu Bei became the Gu family's patriarch? Wouldn't they have to face a storm of revenge? Nia Li had also considered this point, which was why he had Gu Bei recruit with great fanfare those who weren't on good terms with her, like Gu Heng and Morongyu, would come knocking on her door regardless of whether she recruited or not. Those forces that didn't have any conflicts with her wouldn't want to offend Gu Bei for no reason. On the contrary, they'd send people to contact her because of the Demon League's rise. When the Demon League expanded like crazy, Gu Heng, Hualing, Morongyu, and the others were envious. The Demon League had just been established, yet it had already expanded to this extent. Would there still be a place for them in the Hagami Myunmyun in the future? The depression in their hearts was indescribable. In Xiao Yu's courtyard, after implanting the deity root into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Niali had even more ideas. One deity root wasn't enough. He needed to get a few more. That way, he'd have an endless supply of spiritual stones. Then he could use those spiritual stones to support an enormous force. After experiencing defeat in his previous life, Nia Li understood one thing. Fighting alone wasn't enough. If he wanted to go against the Holy Emperor, he needed to establish an enormous force that could contend against him. Only then could he break through the endless space-time sealed by the Holy Emperor's will. The Holy Emperor controlled the endless space-time of the Draconic Ruins realm. He was the true ruler of the ancestral demonic Saint Land. In his previous life, only the mysterious ancestral Godland could contend against the Holy Emperor. However, the saintess of the ancestral Godland had suddenly disappeared in his previous life. The entire ancestral Godland was burned to ashes by the golden flames, and the Holy Emperor became an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Before the ancestral Godland was destroyed and darkness descended, Niali had to build up enough power to resist the Holy Emperor. The first step, he must first become the patriarch of Hagami, Myunmyun. In the following month, Niali, Gu Bei, and Lu Piao worked together to reorganize the newly established Demon Alliance. They taught these members the martial ancestor realm cultivation technique, and then selected those with good character. Geniuses worthy of being nurtured were prepared to become the true elites and backbone of the Demon Alliance. The entire Demon Alliance was immersed in intense training. During this period of time, Li Xingyun came over a few times to discuss with Gu Bei and Lu Piao on how to lead their subordinates, how to be fair in rewards and punishments, and how to advance and retreat together with their subordinates. This caused Gu Bei and Lu Piao to grow quite a bit. Although the Demon Alliance had yet to officially enter the outside world, they had already stirred up a storm in the Sky Soul Institute and received a lot of attention. Nia Li, the Yin Alliance, has spread the word. If we dare to enter the outside world, they will start hunting us. Gu Bei looked at Nia Li and bitterly smiled. Yin Alliance? Nia Li furrowed his brows for a brief moment. What force is that? It's a force that belongs to the Yin clan. The Yin clan is an existence that's second to the three major families. The leader of that force is called Yin Wufeng, the first-in-line successor of the Yin clan. He's roughly at the Heavenly Axis realm and has a close relationship with Gu Heng. Gu Heng is hindered by the fact that he's from the Gu clan, so it's not convenient for him to show himself. He probably wants to use the Yin Alliance to suppress our Demon Alliance, said Gu Bei. I understand, but it's nothing much. If we want to gain a foothold in the outside world, we'll definitely have to go through a fight. Right now, it's still a little too difficult to deal with the Yin clan. We can only use Li Xingyun's hands to slowly expand. I've already talked to Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun's subordinates will bring you guys into the outside world. What about you? Gu Bei asked in puzzlement. I'm going to do something. Nye Li mysteriously smiled. Gu Bei was a little puzzled. She didn't know what Nye Li was going to do, but she didn't ask any further. The sky gradually darkened. Nye Li arrived at Li Xingyun's courtyard. After that, he left for the outside world with Li Xingyun. Brother Nye Li, I've already contacted a buyer for you. Why are you buying those deities' lakes from them? Li Xingyun asked in puzzlement. A deity's lake that was about to dry up would, at most, produce a few thousand spiritual stones a year. Furthermore, they had to send people to guard it. Naturally, this was only for people like Li Xingyun, who were rich and overbearing. For people like Hualing, a deity's lake that was about to dry up was extremely important. I have my own uses for it. I hope that brother Li can keep it a secret. Nye Li smiled. Ever since he placed the deity root from the Ling Jade deity's lake into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, it formed a new deity's lake that could produce 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones every month. Furthermore, it wasn't just spiritual stones. What shocked Nye Li the most was that ordinary deities' lakes rarely produced spiritual stone essences. Only high-grade deities' lakes had a 1 in 1,000 chance of forming spiritual stone essences. However, the deities' lake in Nye Li's myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting actually produced 3 spiritual stone essences in a month. A single spiritual stone essence was equivalent to 1,000 spiritual stones. Based on this calculation, the deity's lake's production rate was simply astonishing. Even if it was expensive to buy a deity's lake that was about to dry up, 6,000 to 7,000 spiritual stones would be enough. On the other hand, Nye Li would only need 2 months at most to recoup his losses, and he might even make a profit. Under Li Xingyun's lead, Nye Li met with a youth in blue robes. The youth pointed at the floating mountain in the distance and said, "That's the fiery rain deity's lake. Since you're boss Xingyun's friend, I'll get straight to the point. That deity's lake doesn't have much of a future. At most, it can produce 2,000 spiritual stones a year. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 5,000 spiritual stones." The youth in blue robes brought over 70 people to guard the deity's lake and rely on it to earn some spiritual stones. "Tangzhe, Nye Li is my brother. 3,500 spiritual stones. No bargaining." Li Xingyun looked at the youth in blue robes and said, hearing Li Xingyun's words. Tangzhe thought about it carefully and smiled bitterly. "All right then, since boss Xingyun has already said so." Nye Li handed over 3,500 spiritual stones to Tangzhe and completed the transaction. Tangzhe then left with his people. This group of people is guarding the deity's lake. Although the fiery rain deity's lake is close to drying up, there are still people who want to snatch it. Who knows when it will fall into someone else's hands? Giving them 3,500 spiritual stones would be more than enough for them. Li Xingyun smiled and said, "Although we can snatch the deity's lake from their hands, you're doing the right thing. A just cause enjoys support, while an unjust cause finds little support. We can't bully them just because they're weak." Nye Li smiled and nodded his head. He soared into the sky and landed on the deity's lake, sending inscription patterns into the deity's lake. Li Xingyun's eyes widened. Just what is Nye Li trying to do? Seeing Nye Li grabbing the deity root and quickly storing it, Li Xingyun asked in astonishment, "What is this thing?" She never imagined that there would be something like this in the deity's lake. "This is a deity root. Without it, the deity's lake will quickly collapse. However, this matter must not be told to anyone else. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire," Nye Li warned in a serious tone. "Understood." Li Xingyun couldn't help being a little shocked, but he solemnly replied. Another deity root was taken in, and it wasn't through the use of force, but through such a method of exchange. It was fast and convenient, and it wouldn't offend anyone. With Li Xingyun's help, Nia Li took in another 7 deity roots. Adding the 2 from before, he now had a total of 9 deity roots. These deity roots would grow in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting and provide a steady stream of spiritual stones for Nia Li in the future. Of course, Nia Li wasn't prepared to stop here. He still wanted to continue collecting deity roots. Brother Li, do you have any deities' lakes that you can sell to me? Nia Li asked Li Xingyun after pondering for a moment. Li Xingyun had a difficult expression on her face as she said, I won't hide it from brother Nia Li. I control a total of 3 low-grade deities' lakes, and they're pretty good. They can produce 20 to 30,000 spiritual stones every year. These 3 deities' lakes are the reason why I am able to control such a large force. Of course, if brother Nia Li wants one, I can gift one to brother Nia Li, who asked Nia Li to gift him a dragon bloodline god level growth, rate demon spirit. How could a deity's lake compare to a dragon bloodline god level growth, rate demon spirit? There's no need to gift one. I'll buy one from brother Xingyun. As for the price, how about 100,000 spiritual stones? He wondered how many spiritual stones the deity's lakes would produce in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, since they weren't completely exhausted yet. There's no need for that. I'll give it to brother Nia Li. Brother Nia Li gave me a dragon bloodline god level growth, rate demon spirit. If I, Li Xingyun, can't even take out a deity's lake, then I'd be too stingy. Coincidentally, I found an ownerless deity's lake in the depths of the outside world. Furthermore, it seems to be a mid-grade deity's lake. However, it's guarded by some dragon bloodline demon beasts. I haven't made up my mind to attack it yet. It just so happens that I can bring some people over and occupy that mid-grade deity's lake. Li Xingyun smiled, although Li Xingyun had a relaxed expression on his face. Nia Li understood that the fact that Li Xingyun hadn't attacked that mid-grade deity's lake proved that the dragon bloodline demon beasts there were extraordinary. Nia Li pondered a while and said, I'm a little interested in that mid-grade deity's lake. Can brother Li bring me over to have a look? Hearing that, Li Xingyun was slightly startled and immediately said, Brother Nia Li, it's best if you don't go. That place is too dangerous. Chapter 332. Nia Li looked at Li Xingyun and lightly smiled. Danger is unavoidable. No matter what, I'm still a two-fate, so there's nothing for me to worry about. If brother Xingyun can escort me to the center of the deity's lake, that would be for the best. Hearing Nia Li's words, Li Xingyun's heart trembled. He glanced at Nia Li and understood Nia Li's intentions. Nia Li had a way to absorb the deity root. All he had to do was escort Nia Li to the center of the deity's lake, and everything would be settled. Taking down that medium-grade deity's lake would be a little difficult, since there were many heavenly axis, realm, dragon, bloodline demon beasts there. There was even one at the Tao of Dragon Realm. If Li Xingyun wanted to take down that medium-grade deity's lake, he wouldn't be able to do it with his own forces. He'd have to ally with other forces. But if he allied with other forces, then he wouldn't be able to decide how to split the medium-grade deity's lake. This was also the reason why he hadn't attacked that medium-grade deity's lake yet. Compared to that, sneaking into the center of the deity's lake was much easier than attacking it. Since Nia Li needed his help, how could he refuse? Li Xingyun nodded. All right, since brother Nia Li needs it, then I'll bring some men with me and help brother Nia Li obtain the deity root of that deity's lake. When do we set off? 2 days from now, Nia Li said after some thought. Once a medium-grade deity's lake was placed in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, the spiritual stones it would produce would definitely be shocking. It was definitely worth the risk. Li Xingyun nodded. All right, then I'll go gather some men and strive for success. Nia Li followed Li Xingyun and arrived at a deity's lake. There were 500 to 600 people gathered here, all of whom were Li Xingyun's subordinates. This deity's lake was one of Li Xingyun's bases in the outside world. Li Xingyun began to gather people from various places. Ever since he obtained those deity roots, Nieli felt strands of energy gushing out from the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, nourishing his soul. He suddenly had some enlightenment. He sat down in an empty spot near the deity's pool and began cultivating the heavenly god cultivation technique. Among all the cultivation methods, heavenly god cultivation technique was undoubtedly one of the most powerful cultivation techniques in the world. As time passed, Nieli slowly floated into the air, and a majestic power surged violently. In his soul realm, one after another, complex inscription patterns circled around the mysterious vine. On the vine, the first flower slowly bloomed. A refreshing fragrance filled the entire soul realm. Then the two life souls suddenly became blazing hot. The impurities were slowly eliminated, and it became incomparably pure. The moment the fragrance was released, Nieli felt his whole body heat up as if he was in flames. Boom! His soul realm felt like it was about to explode. Nieli's face turned pale from the pain, and beads of sweat dripped down. Although he didn't know what kind of cultivation path he'd embarked on, Nieli still relied on his intuition and continued to refine his life soul. The three demon spirits in his soul realm also continued to refine. Time passed. 1 hour. 2 hours. Another life soul ignited in Nieli's soul realm. He never thought that he'd step into the three-fate realm so quickly. Furthermore, this life soul was actually yellow in color. 3 colors, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 yellow. This miraculous life soul made Nieli confused. He felt that his cultivation was completely out of his control. Sometimes it was shockingly slow. No matter how many spiritual stones Nieli absorbed, it was hard for his cultivation to advance. It was very difficult for him to improve his cultivation. Sometimes he would inexplicably break through at some point without any warning. Could it be because of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting? However, it was always a good thing that his cultivation had increased. Nieli continued to refine his cultivation. He stabilized his cultivation at the three-fate realm. Suddenly, a lithe figure flew over from outside the deity's lake. It was a beautiful girl. "Who are you?" Li Xingyun's subordinates surrounded the girl. "My name is Long Yuan. I'm here to look for Nieli. I'm his disciple." Long Yuan stopped. She looked at the group and said. Everyone exchanged glances. They'd heard that Long Yuan was from the Dragon Seal family. As for whether Long Yuan was Nieli's disciple, they didn't know. However, Long Yuan's cultivation was only at the heavenly fate realm. It was completely within their control. A heavenly star realm expert said, "Young Master Nieli is currently cultivating. You can't approach him. You can only sit here and wait for him to finish." "All right." Long Yuan nodded. Long Yuan sat down on a rock a few dozen meters away from Nieli. She looked at Nieli, who was cultivating. Nieli's aura made her feel a powerful pressure. She wondered what cultivation technique Nieli was cultivating. During this period of time, Long Yuan had thought it through. After everything that had happened, Long Yuan was certain of one thing. Nieli's understanding of the martial Tao had reached a realm that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Aside from her original master, Nieli was the only person in history that could make her feel convinced. Only Nieli could lead her to the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Therefore, she decided to take Nieli as her master. Even if Nieli was Ing Yueru's disciple and the seniority wasn't right, she couldn't care less. How could these worldly views stop her determination to pursue the martial Tao? At this moment, Nieli was still cultivating. She could only obediently wait to the side. Nieli was still immersed in his cultivation, constantly urging his 3 fate souls. The power of his fate souls surged and surrounded the vines. He felt a surge of energy enter the Bloodwing Saint Dragon. The Bloodwing Saint Dragon's strength rapidly increased. 1 fate, 2 fate, 3 fate. Gradually, it surpassed Nya Li's own strength. It didn't stop until it reached 5 fate. Fortunately, the vines were binding it. Otherwise, the Bloodwing Saint Dragon would have definitely broken free. Nya Li hurriedly condensed his cultivation and gathered his strength. He couldn't let the Bloodwing Saint Dragon continue to grow, or else it'd break free from his control. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was indeed impressive. Although the Fang Panda and Shadow Devil were both around 5 fate, the Bloodwing Saint Dragon's combat strength was definitely several times stronger than the Fang Panda's. After a long time, Nya Li finally opened his eyes. The moment he did so, Long Yuan's beautiful face entered his vision. "Why are you here?" Nya Li asked, puzzled. Long Yuan straightened her body and puffed out her chest. She had a serious expression on her face as she said, "I've thought about it for a long time. I want you to take me as your master. Please accept me as your disciple." Nya Li looked at Long Yuan's serious expression and was slightly stunned. He lightly smiled and said, "That's against the rules. You're my master's junior sister, and you want to take me as your master?" Nya Li waved his hand and said, "Forget it." Finishing his words, Nya Li turned around and walked away. "Wait." Long Yuan hastily called out to Nya Li, "That's not a problem. On the path of martial Tao, the one who succeeds is the master. Let's talk about friendship, so please accept me." Turning around, he saw Long Yuan's anxious and stubborn face. Nya Li understood that once Long Yuan had decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull her back. This woman was truly obsessed with the martial Tao. However, Long Yuan must have felt it. Aside from Nya Li, no one could guide her on the martial Tao. "Are you joking?" Nya Li smiled as he walked. He'd already thought it through in his heart. There's no harm in taking Long Yuan as his disciple. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Long Yuan hurriedly followed and said, "As long as you're willing to accept me as your disciple, I'll do anything you want me to do." "Are you sure?" Nya Li looked back at Long Yuan and said with a faint smile, "I'm sure." Long Yuan nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "As long as it's not a betrayal of Hagami Mimian or a betrayal of the family." "Really?" Nya Li took a few steps towards Long Yuan. He was only 1 step away from Long Yuan, almost touching Long Yuan's chest. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight evil smile. He lowered his head to look at Long Yuan, his face just inches away from Long Yuan's face. Looking at Nya Li's appearance, Long Yuan's chest heaved up and down. Her pretty face blushed all the way to her neck. She lowered her head, her heart thumping wildly. She clenched her fists tightly and her breathing quickened. However, after thinking about it, she still raised her head and looked at Nya Li stubbornly. Long Yuan's skin was whiter than snow. Her features were picturesque, and there was a faint fragrance of a young girl coming from her body. It had to be said that aside from her fiery temper, Long Yuan was definitely a beauty. Nya Li was just teasing Long Yuan. Looking at Long Yuan's nervous appearance, Nya Li couldn't help but laugh. He withdrew his gaze and turned around, saying, "All right then." Although Long Yuan's temper was stubborn and fiery, she was still a young girl who hadn't experienced much of the world. "What?" Long Yuan raised her head and asked with a trembling voice. She was a little excited. She didn't think that Nya Li would agree so readily. "I can accept you as my disciple, but what happens next depends on your performance. If I'm not satisfied, I can expel you from the sect at any time," Nya Li said with a smile. The development of the matter was basically within Nya Li's expectations. He knew that Long Yuan would come looking for him. Moreover, once Long Yuan decided on something, she basically wouldn't give up. However, what Nya Li didn't expect was that Long Yuan would take the form of apprenticeship. Looking at Nya Li's back, Long Yuan happily quickened her pace and followed. Chapter 333. Then Master, can you write the word sword for me to see? Long Yuan said as she gritted her teeth. You're not suitable to cultivate sword intent. I'll write another word for you, so you can slowly comprehend it. Nieli smiled. He knew that Long Yuan had been struggling with this matter, but I still want to give it a try. Long Yuan said. She was still a little unconvinced in her heart. Why was it that Gubei could comprehend it, but she couldn't? All right then. However, there are tens of thousands of people in the martial Dao. Everyone has their own area of expertise. It's foolish to use your weakness to compete with someone else's strength. Nieli earnestly instructed as he continued. Once an obsession is formed, it's very likely that you'll forever be stuck in that area, unable to advance. Hearing Nye Li's words, Long Yuan's heart trembled as she nodded her head. Yes. Seeing Long Yuan's serious expression, Nieli smiled. He couldn't help thinking that Long Yuan was still an inexperienced girl. Just what had happened to her in her previous life? Why did she turn into such a ferocious person? However, Nye Li had no way of investigating this. After his rebirth, he could reform Long Yuan, which could be considered as a pretty good fortune. Next up was how to guide Long Yuan to participate in the competition for the patriarch of the Dragon Seal family. Nye Li looked at the distant sky with a grave expression and sighed. In this world, there are many things that you guys don't know. What are you talking about, Master? Long Yuan asked in puzzlement. Aren't you curious that I'm the same age as you guys, but my comprehension of the realm far surpasses yours? That's because I know many things that others don't know about. Martial Ancestor Realm isn't the pinnacle of the martial Dao. In this world, there was a supreme existence called the Sage Emperor. He had sealed off the endless space-time and controlled the 3 large worlds, including the Draconic Ruins realm. If anyone dared to show their head and go against his absolute authority, they would be killed. He would die a horrible death. For thousands of years, countless people with lofty ideals had divined the mysteries of heaven and reversed time and space. It was to fight against him. Hearing Nye Li's words, Long Yuan's eyes widened. What Nye Li told her was completely unimaginable. Nye Li continued, There are many things that you don't know. Only those who had learned the Heaven's divination technique would be able to come into contact with it. Hagami Munyan's ancestral master Formless, ancestral master Shinkong, and even your master, Venerable Witch Feather, are all people who have grasped the Heaven's divination technique. The Heaven's divination technique is constantly evolving within their bodies, and before it reaches its peak, they must die. Otherwise, it will bring a calamity upon Hagami Munyan, because the Holy Emperor would be able to deduce their existence. Those who have learned the Heaven's divination technique are the enemies of the Holy Emperor. For thousands of years, the number of super geniuses that have died in the hands of the Holy Emperor is in the millions, and the number that have died because of the Holy Emperor is also innumerable. It's all because he wants to maintain his supreme hegemony. Naturally, the resistance has never stopped. Many geniuses who have grasped the Heaven's divination technique have constantly used various methods, even reversing time and space to fight against the Holy Emperor. However, no one has ever succeeded. Hearing Nye Li's words, Long Yuan vaguely understood. Back then, when her master, Venerable Witch Feather, died, he had once said to her, If the heavens are lawless, humans will break through it. Millions of souls will not die unjustly. Long Yuan, every life has its end. Everyone's life is just a node in the endless space-time, so there's no need to feel sad for your master. However, no matter what, you must not learn the Heaven's divination technique. The Heaven's divination technique only needs one inheritor. The Heaven's divination technique was one of the most powerful techniques. Long Yuan had once been extremely curious about it and wanted to learn it. However, it had been taken away by Inyuaru in the end. She couldn't study it anymore. So this was the truth. Long Yuan's heart was moved, and her eyes flickered with tears. Didn't that mean that senior sister who had learned the Heaven's divination technique could die at any time? As the doubts in her heart were dispelled, Long Yuan's misunderstanding of Inyoru was finally dispelled. She couldn't help but worry for her. Nia Li looked at Long Yuan and said in a low voice, "Long Yuan, what I'm going to do next is to fight against the Holy Emperor. Are you willing to help me?" Hearing Nia Li's words, Long Yuan looked deeply at Nia Li. So it turned out that Nia Li was such a selfless and great person. No one had ever succeeded in fighting against the Holy Emperor before. However, Nia Li was still duty-bound to do it. "No matter what you want me to do, I'll listen to you," Long Yuan said solemnly. Nia Li looked at Long Yuan and said, "Long Yuan, if you want to fight against the Holy Emperor, you alone won't be enough. I want you to take control of the Dragon Seal family and become the patriarch of the Dragon Seal family." Hearing Nia Li's words, Long Yuan was at a loss. "You want me to become the patriarch of the Dragon Seal family? How is that possible? After all, Long Tianming is so much stronger than me." "As long as you're determined to do it, you'll definitely be able to do it. Your talent might not be any worse than Long Tianming's. It's just that he started cultivating earlier than you. Furthermore, you have a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. With my guidance, you'll definitely surpass Long Tianming in the future. Before that, you still have to establish your own power in the outside world. I'll do my best to help you." Nia Li looked at Long Yuan and said solemnly. Hearing Nia Li's words, Long Yuan's blank expression gradually turned clear and firm. She nodded her head and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. Your blood dragon bloodline is flowing in your body, but there are still some crucial acupoints that haven't been opened yet. Once you open all of them, you'll be able to unleash all of your potential. Your strength will reach an extremely frightening level, a level that even Long Tianming couldn't touch. Since you've taken me as your master, I'll help you open all of these acupoints. Another day, we'll find a secret place to help you with this matter." Nia Li said, "Open the acupoints in my body." Although she didn't really understand, Long Yuan had a feeling that Nia Li wasn't lying. After opening the acupoints, what kind of level would her strength reach? Long Yuan couldn't help looking forward to it in her heart. If Long Yuan could help him control the Dragon Seal family, then Nia Li would be one step closer to becoming the patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun. If he wanted to fight for the patriarch position of the Hagami Myunmyun, he'd have to fulfill many crucial criteria. Only then would he have the qualifications to fight for the patriarch position. Even people like Long Tianming weren't satisfied yet. Therefore, Nia Li could take his time. After a brief moment, Li Xingyun returned. When she saw Long Yuan standing beside Nia Li, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly smiled and gave a thumbs up to Nia Li. Nia Li was truly formidable. He had just sent away Xiao Ning, and he'd actually subdued another beauty. Furthermore, it was the fiery Long Yuan. Looking at Long Yuan's obedient appearance beside Nia Li, Li Xingyun suspected that she was seeing things. Indeed, no matter how fierce a woman was, as long as a man could subdue them, they wouldn't be fierce anymore. Nia Li knew that Li Xingyun had misunderstood. He bitterly smiled and said, "It's not what you think. She's just taken me as her master." Li Xingyun was stunned for a moment. Then she nodded her head and smiled. "All right, and here I thought she was your woman." Hearing Li Xingyun's words, Long Yuan's face instantly turned red. She felt extremely awkward. Li Xingyun was truly direct. She completely disregarded Long Yuan's thin skin. Truth be told, Li Xingyun admired Nia Li. Not to mention the relationship between Long Yuan and Nia Li. He was well aware of Long Yuan's temper. It was said that she had even crippled her fiancé. But now, she was so obedient beside Nia Li. "Brother Xingyun, Long Yuan has decided to compete for the Dragon Seal family's patriarch position. If Long Yuan wants to establish her own force in the future, I hope that Brother Xingyun can help." Nia Li smiled. Hearing Nia Li's words, Li Xingyun was stunned for a moment. The more he thought about it, the more astonished he felt. Unknowingly, Gu Bei had already become the first successor of the Gu family. Under Nie Li's instigation, Long Yuan had also decided to compete for the patriarch position. Unknowingly, the two great families had already fallen under Nie Li's control, and he had also involuntarily participated in the Ashen Flame family's patriarch position. Was this a coincidence? Or did Nie Li do it on purpose? If it was intentional, then it was simply too shocking. Li Xingyun pondered a while. The reason why he and Nie Li had crossed paths was purely a coincidence. Nie Li shouldn't have done it on purpose. Li Xingyun recovered and lightly smiled. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Before Gu Bei and Long Yuan's forces grow, I will do my best to help them. It's easy to establish a force. My father has some old subordinates. In the past, when I didn't compete for the Dragon Seal family's patriarch position, they were all close to retiring. But once I decide to compete for the patriarch position, all I need to do is wave my arm and they will definitely return. Long Yuan said. This was also the reason why Long Yuan had such a special position in the Dragon Seal family. Long Yuan wasn't the first-in-line successor to the Dragon Seal family. However, her father was able to leave her a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. One could imagine how transcendent Long Yuan's father's position was in the past. Because there were some old subordinates loyal to Long Yuan, no one in the Dragon Seal family dared to touch Long Yuan. Even if she was only the seventh-in-line successor, she still didn't put Long Tianming in her eyes. One could imagine how powerful she was. Nie Li now understood why his master said that Long Yuan was the key to him becoming the Hagami Munmun patriarch. If Long Yuan really did compete for the Dragon Seal family's patriarch position, then Nie Li's chances of competing for the patriarch position would be much higher. However, if Long Yuan wanted to become the Dragon Seal family's patriarch position, the first hurdle she had to overcome was Long Tianming. However, Nie Li wasn't in a hurry. This matter could be taken slowly. After Nie Li gave some instructions, he had Long Yuan return to gather her father's old subordinates. 3 days later, Li Xingyun brought Nie Li and a group of people towards the depths of the outside world. Chapter 334. Li Xingyun had gathered a total of 500 people. 16 of them were Heavenly Axis Realm, while the other 36 were Heavenly Star Realm. In order to help Nie Li obtain that medium-grade deity's lake, Li Xingyun had done his best. Brother Li, help me tell your brothers that if this matter succeeds, everyone who contributes will receive 200 spiritual stones. If anyone dies, those in the Heavenly Fate realm will receive 100 spiritual stones as compensation. Those in the Heavenly Star realm will receive 200, and those in the Heavenly Axis realm will receive 500. Nie Li said, I'll pay for all of these spiritual stones. Li Xingyun looked at Nie Li in astonishment. After thinking about it, Nie Li was now a rich man, so he naturally wouldn't be polite and said, Then I'll thank you on behalf of my brothers. It's what I should do. Nie Li lightly smiled. Li Xingyun had brought so many brothers to the outside world for an adventure. Although those experts were willing to listen to Li Xingyun, if there wasn't any compensation, they'd definitely be unhappy in their hearts. Although they didn't say it, Nie Li had helped Li Xingyun solve this problem. Li Xingyun felt that Nie Li was quite to his liking. When they heard Nie Li's words, the group became excited. If they succeeded, the rewards would undoubtedly be generous. The group gradually ventured deeper into the great world. Just as Nie Li and his group flew, a group of people followed them from afar. The one leading them was Gu Heng, with a total of 700 people. Among them, there were quite a few Heavenly Axis Realm and Heavenly Star Realm experts. The Heavenly Axis Realm expert that Gu Heng had sent out to scout returned. Gu Heng looked at the Heavenly Axis Realm expert and asked, Did you find out their intentions? The Heavenly Axis Realm expert immediately reporting to Boss Gu Heng. I used the sound gathering technique to eavesdrop on their conversation. They seem to have discovered a medium-grade deity's lake in the depths of the outside world. They should be preparing to take it down. Mid-grade deity's lake? Hearing the Heavenly Axis realm expert's words, Gu Heng's eyes lit up and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. I never thought that they would actually find a mid-grade deity's lake. A mid-grade deity's lake would definitely be guarded by many dragon bloodline demon beasts. Li Xingyun and the others are like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When they're halfway through the battle or when they've conquered the mid-grade deity's lake, we'll make a move and snatch their deity's lake. When Gu Heng's men heard this, they all revealed looks of excitement. It was a mid-grade deity's lake. Its value was extraordinary. Boss Gu Heng, Li Xingyun's forces aren't small. They're on par with us. Will it attract revenge? One of them said with a worried expression. Useless. With a mid-grade deity's lake, what was there to be afraid of? When the deity's lake had just been conquered, there must have been a large number of spirit stones accumulated in it. At the very least, there were tens of thousands of them, and at the very least, there were millions of them. There's also a lot of spiritual stone essence. We'll take these spiritual stones and recruit some experts to guard this mid-grade deity's lake. At that time, what can Li Xingyun do to us? Gu Heng raised his eyebrows. Although Li Xingyun did have a lot of influence, he had been the first-in-line successor of the Gu clan for so many years. His influence was not inferior to Li Xingyun's. How could he be afraid of Li Xingyun? Who asked you to protect Nie Li? Nie Li and Gu Bei must die. Gu Heng led his men. He followed behind them unhurriedly. Nie Li and his group flew all the way. A moment later, one of Li Xingyun's subordinates sped up and caught up to them. Boss Xingyun, we're being followed. The subordinate said in a low voice. Follow. Who are they? Li Xingyun asked with a frown. I'm not sure. There's about 600 to 700 of them. I immediately came to report to you after I sensed them. I didn't want to alert them. And well done. Li Xingyun nodded and exchanged a glance with Nie Li. Although they didn't know who they were, they could be sure that they didn't come with good intentions. Moreover, it was very likely that the news of the mid-grade deity's lake had been leaked. That was why they wanted to follow behind us. What should we do next? Since we're already here, we can't hide the mid-grade deity's lake anymore. Li Xingyun said. It was too late to retreat now. The location of the mid-grade deity's lake would definitely be discovered. Nie Li thought for a moment and said, There's no rush. In any case, we're not trying to attack the mid-grade deity's lake. We're just trying to obtain the deity root. The other party definitely doesn't know our intentions. They think that we'll fight to the death with the dragon bloodline demon beasts guarding the deity's lake. Since we're on guard, they won't succeed. Indeed, their intentions weren't to attack the mid-grade deity's lake, but to obtain the deity root. The other party definitely wouldn't have thought of it. Li Xingyun thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Since the other party wanted to follow, then so be it. He, Li Xingyun, wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. The group advanced through the outside world, carefully avoiding the dragon bloodline demon beasts that flew past them from time to time. In the distance, a majestic deity's lake appeared in front of them. This deity's lake was at least 3 times the size of the Ling Jade deity's lake. On this floating mountain, there was a dense forest. There were many red-winged snakes entrenched on it. These red-winged snakes were of different sizes. Some were dozens of meters long, while others were only a few meters long. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge thunder-fire-winged snake. It was dozens of meters long, and its scales glowed with a dazzling red light. Those are thunder-fire-winged snakes. They're extremely violent and have a strong sense of territory. They'll immediately attack any living beings of other races that approach. Li Xingyun said, Among them there's a thunder-fire-winged snake that's at the Tao of Dragon Realm. It's very powerful, and there's also over 30 heavenly axis realm ones. Nia Li looked into the distance and said, "We'll follow the plan. You send a few Heavenly Axis realm experts to lure them out from the west. As long as you lure them out, it'll be fine. Don't fight with them. After that, you take some people and send me in from the east." Li Xingyun nodded his head and said, "All right, leave it to us." Just as Li Xingyun and his group approached the mid-grade deity's lake, Gu Heng and his group slowly surrounded them. However, they only watched from afar and carefully hid themselves. They didn't have any intentions of making a move. Looking at the distant mid-grade deity's lake, Gu Heng felt a little excited in his heart. After all, they'd only occupied low-grade deities' lakes in the past. A mid-grade deity's lake was extremely hard to come by. He didn't know when this mid-grade deity's lake was formed or how old it was. After Li Xingyun and his group made their preparations, they began to move. Gu Heng and his group waited for a long time, but there weren't any big movements from afar. What are they doing? I don't know. They don't seem to have any intentions of attacking the mid-grade deity's lake. Gu Heng couldn't understand the actions of Li Xingyun and his group. Li Xingyun and his group didn't seem to have any intentions of attacking. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Li Xingyun and his group didn't want to attack the deity's lake and only wanted to steal the spiritual stones that were accumulated in the deity's lake? Gu Heng frowned his brows. If that was the case, then he wouldn't be able to earn anything. The spiritual stones that Li Xingyun and his group stole could be stored in their interspatial rings. Even if Gu Heng had a lot of people on his side, it would still be a little difficult for them to intercept Li Xingyun and his group. Gu Heng pondered a while, then said in a solemn voice, "This won't do. We have to follow them and intercept them before they retreat." Under Gu Heng's lead, the group slowly approached the mid-grade deity's lake in the distance. Beside the deity's lake, Li Xingyun and Nia Li exchanged glances and lightly smiled. "Let's begin," Nia Li said. On the west side of the deity's lake, the 6 Heavenly Axis realm experts under Li Xingyun charged towards the mid-grade deity's lake and started their attack. The 6 Heavenly Axis realm experts relied on their own strength to kill a few low-grade infernal lightning winged snakes. Very quickly, the surroundings of the deity's lake became chaotic. A group of infernal lightning winged snakes flapped their wings and charged towards the group of Heavenly Axis realm experts. The group of infernal lightning winged snakes was lured away. Not long after, another 6 Heavenly Axis realm experts charged into the deity's lake and attracted a group of infernal lightning winged snakes. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk the 10-meter-long infernal lightning winged snake at the top of the deity's lake flicked its forked tongue and scanned its surroundings with a deep gaze. Those Heavenly Axis realm experts weren't enough to threaten it, but it still maintained its vigilance. Whether it's demon beasts or humans, they all wanted to snatch the deity's lake from it. Who knows? There might be experts hidden in the surroundings. If those humans thought that it would fall for their tricks so easily, then they'd underestimated its intelligence. On the east side of the deity's lake, Nia Li and Li Xingyun exchanged glances. If that Tao of Dragon Realm infernal lightning winged snake didn't leave, then it'd be hard for them to reach the center of the deity's lake. However, they still patiently waited for the right opportunity. Their plan had just begun. Chapter 335. At this moment, a series of explosions came from the bottom of the deity's lake. The entire deity's lake trembled as if it was about to collapse. Nia Li's explosion inscription pattern at the bottom of the deity's lake finally took effect. Although the explosion inscription pattern wasn't able to destroy the deity's lake, it still caused quite a commotion. Finally, the Tao of Dragon Realm Infernal Lightning Winged Snake Emperor couldn't hold back any longer. Is someone trying to destroy its deity's lake? Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the Infernal Lightning Winged Snake Emperor soared into the sky and turned into a streak of light. It wanted to see what was going on at the bottom of the deity's lake. Seeing the Infernal Lightning Winged Snake Emperor flying away, Nie Li and Li Xingyun immediately took action. They didn't have much time left. When Nie Li and Li Xingyun entered the deity's lake, the remaining infernal lightning winged snake emperors immediately flapped their wings and pounced at Nie Li's group. Kill! Li Xingyun barked and charged forward with all her subordinates. Boom. A chaotic battle broke out. Li Xingyun and the other 500 people surrounded the infernal, lightning, winged snake emperors. Brother Nie Li will hold them back. You should go in quickly. Okay. Nie Li nodded and merged with the Saint Bloodwing Dragon. He flapped his wings and dove down. Boom. Nie Li collided with several infernal lightning winged serpents, causing several muffled sounds to ring out. However, Nie Li was still able to rely on his powerful physical body to ram his way through. Boom. Several infernal lightning winged snake emperors bombarded Nie Li's body. However, the Saint Bloodwing Dragon's physique had a strong resistance to fire attacks. Therefore, Nie Li didn't suffer too much damage. 3 Heavenly Star Realm infernal lightning winged snake emperors surrounded Nie Li in an attempt to stop Nie Li. However, Li Xingyun and the rest quickly caught up. The sword light flashed. Pooh! 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 Fresh blood splattered as 3 lightning flame-winged snakes were severed at the waist. They struggled as they fell from the sky. He broke through the heavy siege. Nie Li flew into the deity's lake and quickly wrote inscription patterns. These inscription patterns fell and blasted into the deity's lake. Although there were many spirit stones and spirit stone essences scattered in the deity's pool, however, Nie Li didn't even bother to look at it. He only focused on quickly writing the inscription pattern. Li Xingyun and the others fell into a bitter battle. From time to time, their subordinates would die in battle, but many infernal lightning-winged snakes were also killed. Just as Li Xingyun and the others were engaged in a bitter battle, a gigantic infernal lightning-winged snake appeared in the distance. It was the Tao of Dragon Realm infernal lightning-winged snake king. When it discovered that the deity's lake had only been struck a few times, it quickly turned around and saw Li Xingyun and the others attacking the deity's lake. It immediately flew into a rage. The infernal lightning-winged snake king swooped down with lightning and fire. The scorching flames seemed to be able to melt everything. Li Xingyun and the others didn't expect the infernal lightning-winged snake king to return so quickly. Their expressions changed as they shouted, "Let's go block it together!" As soon as Li Xingyun's voice fell, whoosh, 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 one figure after another charged at the infernal lightning-winged snake king. The infernal lightning-winged snake king hissed as it flicked its tail. Dozens of figures were struck by the infernal lightning-winged snake king's tail. Instantly it exploded into pieces and was burned to ashes by the flames. Among them, there were even a few Heavenly Star Realm experts. A Tao of Dragon Realm infernal lightning-winged snake king's strength had reached an unimaginable level. However, there were still more people that charged at the infernal lightning-winged snake king. While Li Xingyun and the others were fighting, Nie Li was still writing inscription patterns with a focused expression. As the inscription patterns descended, they slowly formed a huge inscription pattern array at the bottom of the pond, emitting a dazzling radiance. As if it had sensed something, the infernal lightning-winged snake king furiously roared. It dived down towards the pond. Li Xingyun's expression turned cold. She absolutely couldn't let the infernal lightning-winged snake king get close to Nie Li. Otherwise, all their efforts would have been in vain. Attack together! Li Xingyun furiously roared as she led the remaining people to charge towards the infernal lightning-winged snake king. Everyone else followed suit and charged towards the infernal lightning-winged snake king. Li Xingyun suddenly roared as she integrated with her dragon bloodline god level growth, rate demon spirit. The others followed suit. The infernal lightning-winged snake King furiously opened its mouth and spat out flames that filled the sky. The surroundings turned into a sea of flames, instantly turning hundreds of people into charcoal. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out flames towards Niali. Li Xingyun, in his golden scarlet blood Jiao dragon form, waved his sharp claws and dispersed the flames with a single slap. He dispersed the flames with a slap, but his huge palm was also burnt black. "Your opponent is me." Li Xingyun coldly stared at the infernal, lightning-winged Snake King. Although the infernal lightning-winged Snake King was an existence of the Tao of Dragon Realm, Li Xingyun wasn't the slightest bit afraid. On the contrary, a powerful battle intent surged from his body. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King never imagined that an ant would dare to challenge it. Its aura locked onto Li Xingyun as it furiously flapped its wings and dived down. The terrifying might instantly suppressed Li Xingyun, rendering him unable to move. "Boss Xingyun, watch out!" Two Heavenly Axis realm experts pounced towards the infernal, lightning-winged Snake King. Bang! The two Heavenly Axis realm experts were smashed into pieces by the infernal, lightning-winged Snake King. Li Xingyun managed to escape, but when he saw his two brothers being killed, his eyes instantly turned red. However, the powerful aura of the infernal lightning-winged Snake King made him understand that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to confront the infernal lightning-winged Snake King head-on. All he had to do was restrain it. Li Xingyun opened his mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. The dragon's breath bombarded the infernal lightning-winged Snake King's body and exploded. However, the dragon's breath didn't cause any damage to the infernal lightning-winged Snake King. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King swept a glance at Li Xingyun. With its intelligence that wasn't inferior to a human's, it could sense that Li Xingyun and the rest were trying to delay it on purpose. The most important thing was the person standing in the center of the deity's lake. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King ignored Li Xingyun and dived towards Niali. As the infernal lightning-winged Snake King got closer and closer to Niali, it spat out flames that filled the sky and bombarded towards Niali. Not good! Li Xingyun wanted to pounce forward to block it, but it was already too late. After all, his speed was still a far cry from the infernal lightning-winged Snake King's. A scorching wave of air assaulted Li's face. Just as it was about to engulf him, Li calmly continued to bombard inscription pattern after inscription pattern array. Finally, an inscription pattern array was formed. A snake-like object floated up from the deity's lake and continued to struggle. This was the deity root of this deity's lake. Li grabbed the deity root, picked it up, and threw it into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. "It's finally in my hands." The corner of Li's mouth curved into a smile. The instant he obtained the deity root, Li merged with the shadow devil demon spirit, and his body rapidly turned ethereal. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the flames exploded into the deity's lake, instantly filling the sky with mist. The water within the deity's lake instantly evaporated upon contact with the flames. That was close. After Li dodged the flames, he immediately moved towards the outside and rapidly flew. Coincidentally, this fog gave him a good opportunity to escape. The infernal, lightning-winged Snake King's body paused for a moment. It clearly hadn't realized what had happened. It thought that Li had already been killed. Its gaze swept across the deity's lake. It felt that the deity's lake wasn't the same as before, but it couldn't tell what was different. While Li was fighting with the infernal lightning-winged Snake King, Gu Heng and the rest were watching from a distance. "Haha, it looks like Li Xingyun's men are being beaten up pretty badly," Gu Heng said with a smile of schadenfreude. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King was quite powerful. Gu Heng thought about it and decided that it'd be best not to challenge it. However, Gu Heng didn't feel happy coming all the way here without doing anything. He could only stare helplessly at the mid-grade deity's lake in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. He was a little depressed. Suddenly, the deity's lake was filled with cracks and started to collapse. What's going on? Gu Heng was stunned for a moment. Why is the deity's lake collapsing? The infernal, lightning-winged snake king also reacted. Although it didn't know what happened to the deity's lake, it had a feeling that the energy in the entire deity's lake was sucked dry. It was instantly enraged. Someone actually dared to destroy its deity's lake. These damned humans. Just when the infernal lightning-winged snake king was enraged, it suddenly felt an aura appearing 1,000 meters away. The person standing in the middle of the deity's lake was still alive. That person must have snatched something from the deity's lake. The infernal, lightning-winged snake king immediately flapped its wings and chased after Nyeli. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it was obvious that it was even angrier than before. After Nyeli appeared, a pair of black and white wings quickly condensed on his back. Like a shooting star, he dashed away. "Brother Xingyun, don't follow me. Hurry and run with your brothers," Nyeli shouted as he ran. The infernal, lightning-winged snake king had definitely set its eyes on him. If Li Xingyun and the others followed him, their losses would be even greater. Li Xingyun frowned. Although Nyeli had obtained the deity's root, it was still in his spatial ring. If Nyeli was killed, the deity's root would be gone as well. However, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to think too much about it. He listened to Nyeli and led his men away. What Li Xingyun didn't know was that Nyeli's deity's root wasn't in his spatial ring, but in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting had already fused with his fate soul. Even if he died, it wouldn't be lost. Therefore, when he was running, Nyeli was already prepared to die. After all, a heavenly axis realm infernal, lightning, winged snake king wasn't that easy to escape. However, when Nyeli saw Gu Heng leading a large group of people to watch from afar, he suddenly had an idea and charged towards Gu Heng's group. Just as Gu Heng was rejoicing in Nyeli's misfortune, he suddenly saw a figure turn into a streak of light and fly towards him. That figure was Nyeli. Behind Nyeli, the huge infernal lightning-winged snake king was howling in rage. That terrifying beast was emitting a terrifying aura. It was at least an existence of the Tao of dragon rank. Immediately, Gu Heng's smile froze on his face. His face turned black as he cursed. "Nyeli, you bastard! Everyone retreat." Chapter 336. Nyeli sprinted straight into Gu Heng's group. In the blink of an eye, the infernal inferno winged snake emperor had already rushed over and followed Nyeli into the crowd. "Oh my God! Help!" Gu Heng's subordinates were instantly thrown into disarray. Bang! Bang! The infernal lightning-winged snake emperor's speed was simply too fast. As soon as its enormous body slammed into these people, dozens of them were instantly smashed into pieces. Flames surged forth, and dozens more were instantly turned into ashes as they screamed in agony. This infernal inferno-winged snake emperor was simply invincible. Gu Heng's eyes were filled with horror when he saw this. He turned around and led the group of people to flee. Gu Heng had no intention of fighting back against this infernal inferno-winged snake emperor. One had to know that it was a Tao of dragon realm existence. Li's eyes swept over Gu Heng with a slight smile. He knew that he was dead for sure, but since Gu Heng was also here, then he'd be sorry. He flapped his black and white wings and turned into a streak of light as he dashed in Gu Heng's direction. "Bastard, don't follow me. If you continue to follow me, you'll die a horrible death. Nyeli, I'll definitely destroy your soul." Gu Heng immediately cursed when he realized that Nyeli was actually following him. Although Nyeli was only at the heavenly fate realm, Nyeli's speed was shockingly fast and not inferior to Gu Heng's in the slightest. What terrified him even more was that the infernal inferno winged snake emperor's speed was getting closer and closer. Nia Li flapped his wings as he chased after Gu Heng. At the same time, he nonchalantly said, "Young Master Gu, I didn't do it on purpose. This infernal lightning-winged snake is chasing me relentlessly. I don't know where to run. If you want to die, then die by yourself. Don't drag me down with you." Gu Heng kept cursing as he flew. "I didn't want to drag young Master Gu along. I had no other choice. Young Master Gu, please send someone to stop this infernal lightning-winged snake. Then I won't follow you," Nia Li said with a smile. He was delighted to see Gu Heng in such a sorry state. Hearing Nia Li's words, Gu Heng's lungs were about to explode. Nia Li was shameless. "You want me to send people to block the infernal lightning-winged snake so that you can escape? Everyone stop him. Kill him." Gu Heng roared loudly. Several of his men intercepted Nia Li. Powerful auras locked onto Nia Li, causing Nia Li's speed to slow down. After all, Nia Li was only a 3 fate. Many of Gu Heng's men were at the Heavenly Star Realm and Heavenly Axis Realm. This time, they were completely blocked off. It looked like Nia Li couldn't escape. However, it was all within his expectations. It was worth it for Gu Heng to lose so many men. The infernal lightning-winged snake emperor quickly caught up and spat out blazing flames. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the blazing flames pierced through Nia Li. Nia Li's vision turned black as he lost consciousness. This was the first time he died since coming to the outside world. After killing Nia Li, the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor paused for a moment. Nia Li's aura had completely disappeared. However, there was nothing on Nia Li's body. The item that Nia Li had taken from the deity's lake was still nowhere to be found. The deity's lake that belonged to it had completely collapsed. The infernal lightning-winged snake emperor had no idea what had happened. It was filled with rage. Those despicable and cunning humans. When Nia Li escaped, he must have passed the item on to someone else. A terrifying light flashed through the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor's eyes as it turned into a streak of light. It turned into a streak of light and started slaughtering everyone around it. Seeing that Nia Li had been intercepted and killed, Gu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. That hateful fellow, Nia Li, was finally no longer chasing after him. That infernal lightning-winged snake emperor shouldn't be able to catch up anymore. However, when he turned around, he was scared out of his wits by the scene before him. After Nia Li was killed, the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor seemed to be even more furious. It started a frenzied slaughter as it chased after his subordinates. It caught up to them and killed them one by one. After all, it was a Tao of Dragon Realm Infernal Lightning-Winged Snake Emperor. His subordinates didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Seeing the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor kill dozens of people and charge over, Gu Heng was terrified. "Hurry up and escort me out of here," Gu Heng shouted. A group of people gathered around Gu Heng and began to escort Gu Heng out. After killing dozens of people, the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor's gaze fell on Gu Heng's group. It was quite intelligent and could tell that Gu Heng was the most important person in this group. Everyone else was escorting Gu Heng out. The infernal lightning-winged snake emperor fiercely flapped its wings and chased after Gu Heng. Seeing this, Gu Heng instantly understood. He gloomily cursed. "No one is allowed to follow me. Lure that snake away." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The group quickly dispersed. But even after they dispersed, the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor still chased after Gu Heng. Gu Heng was speechless. Why did the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor have to chase after him when there were so many people? He even had the heart to cry. The infernal lightning-winged snake emperor quickly pounced on him. At this moment, Li Xingyun had already retreated with her subordinates. This time, they'd lost over 200 people. As for Gu Heng and his group, Li Xingyun couldn't be bothered to care about them. She'd leave first to avoid being targeted by the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor. Sky Soul Institute, Soul Hall. The Soul Hall was an extremely large building with an incomparably spacious space inside. In the middle of the space were huge, pitch-black metal boxes. There were millions of them, forming a strange world. Within one of the metal boxes, a yellow soul flame quietly burned. Suddenly, the yellow soul flame emitted a dazzling light and slowly reformed its body. 6 to 7 hours later, Nyat Li walked out of the Soul Hall. His cultivation was only at 2 fate. Furthermore, Nyat Li's fate soul was still in an unstable state. He couldn't place his fate soul in the Soul Hall, so he couldn't head to the outside world. He had to stabilize his fate soul first. Although his cultivation had indeed returned to 2 fate, what made Nyat Li curious was that Nyat Li still had 3 fate souls in his body: red, blue, and yellow. However, the yellow one was slightly weaker. Logically speaking, one of the fate souls should have been extinguished when one dropped from 3 fate to 2 fate. However, Nyat Li's fate soul hadn't been extinguished. Since his fate soul hadn't been extinguished, it looked like he'd be able to cultivate it back soon. Nyat Li stretched his waist. His harvest from the outside world was quite bountiful. He'd obtained a deity's root from a medium-grade deity's lake. He wondered how many spiritual stones the deity's root would produce in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Even if he died once, it was worth it. When Li Xingyun and the rest saw Nyat Li standing at the entrance of the Soul Hall, they immediately went up to greet him. Li Xingyun looked at Nyat Li and bitterly smiled. "It's a pity that I couldn't protect you. The deity's root must have been lost, right?" Nyat Li shook his head and smiled. "The deity's root is still here. Many thanks, Brother Xingyun." Hearing Nyat Li's words, Li Xingyun was slightly stunned. She didn't know how Nyat Li had managed to obtain the deity's root after his death. However, since the deity's root was in his hands, this trip wasn't in vain. "Let's go to Brother Xingyun's courtyard together." Nyat Li lightly smiled. "All right." Li Xingyun nodded. Just as they were about to leave, a group of people walked out of the Soul Hall. They were all Gu Heng's subordinates. From far away, they saw Gu Heng walk out of the Soul Hall with a black face. When he saw Nyat Li and Li Xingyun, he instantly saw his enemies and his eyes reddened. Seeing Gu Heng's expression, Li Xingyun instantly laughed. Isn't this young Master Gu? What's wrong with young Master Gu? Why did you also come out of the Soul Hall?" "Li Xingyun, Nyat Li, remember this. This debt isn't over." Gu Heng gritted his teeth. "Young Master Gu, you're being too serious. How did we offend you to say such heartless words?" Li Xingyun pretended to be innocent. In reality, he was overjoyed. Gu Heng and his people wanted to follow behind him to reap the fruits of his labor. In the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. Gu Heng's heart was bleeding. He had brought over 700 people. Although he didn't know how many had died, there were at least 300 to 400 of them. He knew that he would only be mocked by Li Xingyun and Nyat Li here. His face darkened. "Don't be too happy. Be careful in the future." Gu Heng left with his group of subordinates. Seeing Gu Heng and his people leave, Li Xingyun's mouth twitched. In the outside world, he had experienced at least a few hundred, if not thousands, of battles. He truly wasn't afraid of anyone. Nyat Li smiled. This time, it's enough to make Gu Heng depressed for a long time. "Let's go." Nyat Li and Li Xingyun arrived at Li Xingyun's yard. Nyat Li calculated the expenses for each of Li Xingyun's subordinates. They've spent at least a few 100,000 spiritual stones. However, to Nyat Li, it's just a drop in the bucket. After finishing his work, Nyat Li returned to Xiaoyu's courtyard and began his cultivation. The sky gradually darkened. The bright moon hung in the sky. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door. Nyat Li opened his eyes, stood up, and opened the door. He saw Long Yuan standing in front of the door. She was wearing a white silk dress. She looked a little different from her usual self. Nyat Li almost couldn't recognize her. Usually, she liked to wear tight clothes, which would make her look valiant and heroic. But now she had a completely different image. The white silk dress made her look a little more gentle and charming than usual. It must be said that Long Yuan was indeed a beauty. No matter what clothes she wore, she would always be able to wear it with some charm. "Master, can you help me open my acupuncture points today?" Long Yuan's intelligent eyes looked at Nieli with a trace of hope. Since she knew that Nieli could open her acupuncture points and stimulate her potential, she who was obsessed with martial arts couldn't hold back. When she knew that Nieli had returned, she couldn't wait to rush over. What kind of feeling would it be to open the acupuncture points? Chapter 337. The cultivation method that Nieli practiced and some of the martial arts concepts that he mastered made Long Yuan full of deep curiosity. This was a martial arts field that she had never been exposed to. Therefore, Long Yuan was completely convinced by Nieli. Since Nieli asked her to start competing for the position of the Dragon Seal family, she had already sent a message to some of the servants who had followed her father before. It was estimated that there would be a response soon. Long Yuan looked up at Nieli. Next, it was time to help Long Yuan open up the acupuncture points. Nieli took out a pair of golden needles from the space ring. Long Yuan looked a little cramped and nervous. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she looked a little absent-minded. After all, this was the first time that she was alone in a room with a man at night. After everything was ready, Nieli looked at Long Yuan and said, "Take off your clothes." Long Yuan was surprised and lost her voice. "If you don't take off your clothes, how can I give you the needle?" Nieli said. In his eyes, Long Yuan was just a little girl, so he didn't care much. Long Yuan's cheeks were hot and her neck was red. But after a while, she gritted her teeth and slowly took off the long dress on her body, revealing her round shoulders. The long silk dress fell down. Her chest was tied with a white ribbon. It was very tight, but it still had an amazing arc and curve full and round. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if she let it go. Long Yuan looked up and bit her teeth. She hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Nieli didn't speak for a long time, she reached out to untie the white ribbon on her chest. "Wait, this is enough." Nieli quickly stopped her. He couldn't help but sweat. This could already be done. If the white ribbon was untied, the scene would be a little out of control. Long Yuan also retracted her hands. At this moment, she was still a little nervous. Fortunately, she didn't have to untie the ribbon on her chest. Otherwise, it would be too awkward. Nieli walked to Long Yuan's side. Long Yuan's skin was glistening under the light of the lamp. She used a light blue ribbon to tie up her hair and put it on top of her head, which gave her a different kind of charm. Nieli picked up a long, thin needle and walked behind Long Yuan. His gaze fell on Long Yuan's fair neck. He picked up a thin needle and slowly inserted it into the center of her spine. Yes, Long Yuan couldn't help but moan. Logically speaking, with her dragon bloodline physical body, she shouldn't have felt any pain from being pricked by such a thin needle. However, when Nieli inserted the needle, Long Yuan felt an intense pain spread throughout her body. The kind of pain was like thousands of ants biting her body. Following that, a warm current began to flow from her spine. It quickly flowed throughout her body and then rushed to her limbs and meridians. What a shocking power! Long Yuan couldn't even imagine that this power was actually hidden in her bloodline. Nieli took out a second thin needle and slowly inserted it into the acupuncture point on Long Yuan's spine. The third, fourth, fifth, very soon, Long Yuan's body was pierced with more than 10 thin needles. Long Yuan's skin flushed red and became boiling hot. Fine beads of sweat seeped out of her body. I have already used the golden needles to cover the vital acupuncture points. Next, the power of the dragon bloodline in your body will slowly awaken. Then it will rush to your meridians. You can concentrate on cultivating here, Nieli said. He let out a long breath. It was finally done. Helping Long Yuan with the acupuncture still consumed a lot of his energy. Nieli glanced at Long Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. He opened the door and walked out. Then he gently closed the door. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Nieli. Nieli was startled. He looked to the side and saw that it was Xiaoyu. "You scared me. What kind of battle skill did you use? You came and went like a ghost." Nieli couldn't help but complain. He wasn't very guarded against Xiaoyu's aura. That was why he was only discovered when Xiaoyu was so close to him. Xiaoyu's face darkened and she looked very unhappy. Seeing Xiaoyu's angry look, Nieli asked, "What's wrong? You didn't go to the outside world and get killed again, right?" Xiaoyu glared at Nieli and said in a deep voice, "Nieli, you did this kind of thing. Are you worthy of Ning'er? Did this kind of thing? What kind of thing?" Nieli was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of something and suddenly smiled. "You mean Long Yuan? Haha, what are you talking about? How did I let Ning'er down?" "You know what you did." Xiaoyu snorted coldly. She turned around and walked outside. "Hey, Xiaoyu, you misunderstood." Nieli hurriedly shouted at Xiaoyu's back. However, Xiaoyu didn't listen to Nieli at all. He quickly returned to his room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Nieli was stunned. What's wrong with Xiaoyu? She didn't give him a chance to explain at all. And this matter shouldn't be handled by Xiaoyu, right? Could it be that Xiaoyu was interested in Long Yuan? If this was the case, then it was understandable for Xiaoyu to be mad. But how many times had Xiaoyu and Long Yuan seen each other? "Xiaoyu, this sissy, couldn't be interested in me, right?" Nieli couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it be that Xiaoyu had this kind of preference? Not only did she like women, but she also liked men? Nieli also wondered if Xiaoyu was a woman. After all, this guy was a bit too beautiful. But he had already confirmed it. He could only classify Xiaoyu as a sissy. After thinking about it, Nieli quickly withdrew this idea. It should be that he was thinking too much. Roughly an hour later, a powerful aura soared into the sky from Nieli's room. The power of the blood dragon bloodline within Long Yuan's body was completely stimulated. According to this aura, she was at least in the 5-fate realm. Furthermore, her cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Knowing that Long Yuan had finished unblocking her acupoints, Nieli pushed open the door and walked in. "Ah!" Long Yuan screamed. Nieli was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and saw that Long Yuan's clothes had long since been burnt to ashes. She tried to hide her hands from Nieli's gaze, but she couldn't cover her breasts. Nieli quickly retracted his gaze and awkwardly left the room. A brief moment later, Long Yuan wore her clothes again and walked out with her head lowered. Her face was still rosy. The atmosphere was a little strange. Nieli rubbed his head and changed the topic. "How is it? Did you unblock your acupoints?" "Yeah, they're all unblocked." Long Yuan's face slightly blushed as she nodded her head. Nieli's method was too powerful. It allowed her cultivation to increase by several levels. Even now, she still felt like she was dreaming. "It's good that you've unblocked them." Nieli lightly smiled. Long Yuan lightly acknowledged. She was filled with gratitude towards Nieli. Naturally, aside from gratitude, there was also a different feeling in her heart. It's just that she couldn't understand it at the moment. Go back and consolidate your cultivation. Your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Nieli smiled. "Your cultivation is so powerful that I'm not suitable to be your master anymore." Long Yuan raised her head to look at Nieli and anxiously said, "No matter what your cultivation is, you're still my master." Nieli laughed. "I'm just joking. You should go back quickly. It's so late at night. If others see you, they'll wonder what's going on." "Okay." Long Yuan's face heated up as she nodded her head. She took a few steps forward, then turned around and said, "Master, I'll come back another day." She quickly flew away, as if she was afraid that Nieli would call out to her. She disappeared in a flash. Nieli retracted his gaze and couldn't help smiling bitterly. Xiaoyu had misunderstood him the first time she came. If she came again at night in the future, who knew what would happen? A moment later, Long Yuan returned from Nye Li's place and walked along the small path of the Sky Soul Institute. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked Long Yuan's path. It was Huyong. Huyong's face was dark as he stared at Long Yuan. Long Yuan, where did you go so late at night? Huyong's hands were clenched into fists, the veins on his arms popping out. His face was filled with rage. You followed me? Long Yuan's eyes turned cold. She walked to the side and coldly snorted. No matter where I go, it's none of your business. If you follow me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Long Yuan, I've seen through you. You're a lecherous slut. You actually went to find a man in the middle of the night. You're simply shameless. Huyong pointed at Long Yuan and cursed. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer. What did you say? Say it again. Long Yuan coldly stared at Huyong. Huyong pointed at Long Yuan and cursed. Long Yuan, so what if I'm cursing you? Don't forget that you're my fiancé. If you don't abide by the rules of a woman, I'll kill your man sooner or later. Long Yuan's face turned even uglier. However, she wasn't the kind of person who would quarrel with Huyong. Her aura locked onto Huyong, and she walked in front of him with a murderous look on her pretty face. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura emanating from Long Yuan, Huyong couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Earlier, he was so angry that he had cursed out loud. Now he finally felt a trace of fear. You think a piece of trash like you is worthy of me? Don't think that you can do anything just because you have the backing of your family. A weakling like you is also worthy of being my fiancé? Long Yuan walked in front of Huyong. Her tight and slender right leg suddenly kicked out. With a bang, it landed on Huyong's crotch. Huyong's mouth opened into a circle. However, he couldn't make a single sound. His face slowly turned ashen. His hands trembled as he covered his crotch. Both his legs trembled nonstop. With a bang, he fell to the ground. His entire body curled up like a shrimp. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Long Yuan's kick just happened to land on his vital spot. It was exactly the same situation as the last time. Poor Huyong. He was crippled by Long Yuan previously. It seemed that he hadn't learned his lesson. Young master, are you all right? Young master. A few of his lackeys rushed out from the bushes beside them, shouting and wailing. Glancing at Huyong, who was surrounded by his lackeys, Long Yuan snorted coldly and flew away. Chapter 338. After Long Yuan left, Nye Li immediately started cultivating. Even Long Yuan's cultivation had reached the 5-fate heavenly fate realm. If he didn't hurry up and catch up, he'd be left far behind. Nye Li entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The deity's lakes in the painting were already starting to take shape. It wouldn't be long before they started producing a steady stream of spiritual stones. Nye Li looked at Plume Flame God Knees in the distance. The golden flames on Plume Flame God Knees' body were getting hotter and hotter, like a cloud of golden flames in the sky. Nye Li had no idea what level Plume Flame God Knees' cultivation had reached. Plume Flame God Knees was still cultivating, so Nye Li wasn't willing to wake her up. As for Jindan, the little guy was already more than twice its original size, and it was still eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. To it, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was like a wonderland. Nye Li calmed his heart and began to cultivate. He no longer absorbed spiritual stones like before. Instead, he directly absorbed the spiritual stone's essence. The heavenly energy contained within spiritual stone essences was countless times purer. A single spiritual stone essence was equivalent to 1,000 spiritual stones. Ordinary cultivators couldn't afford it, but it wasn't much to a wealthy man like Nye Li. After absorbing the energy from the 3 spiritual stone essences, Nye Li's cultivation returned to 3 fate. However, he still took out more spiritual stone essences to absorb. Over the next period of time, Nya Li's fate soul was still in an unstable state. He didn't think about heading to the outside world and focused on cultivating to increase his strength. Time flew by. 5 days later, Nya Li's cultivation finally stepped into 4 fate after consuming dozens of spiritual stone essences. He'd formed his 4th fate soul, which was black in color. Red, blue, yellow, and black. What color would his 5th fate soul be? Nya Li was also a little puzzled. However, Nya Li didn't stop after reaching 4 fate and continued to cultivate. In the great world, Gu Bei and Lu Piao finally took down a deity's lake with the Demon League. This was the first deity's lake that the Demon League had conquered since its establishment, even though it was only a low-grade deity's lake. But for Gu Bei and the others, it was already quite good. With the deity's lake as a foothold, they could recruit even more experts. In any case, they didn't lack money at the moment. They only wanted geniuses with strength. The treatment they could offer was definitely more than several times that of the other forces. They were cultivating in the deity's pool when they heard one of their subordinates rushing over. "Belle, there's a power called Gaiyameng that wants to join us." Gaiyameng? What's their background? Lu Piao furrowed her brows as she looked at Gu Bei. After coming to the great world, Lu Piao had finally become a lot more cautious. "It's a small force in the great world. They have about 60 people, and they're basically all in the heavenly fate realm," replied Gu Bei. "But they don't have any connections with the other forces." After coming to the great world, Gu Bei had sorted out all the forces in the great world, big and small. With his amazing memory, he knew all the famous forces in the great world. "Did you ask them why they want to join us?" asked Gu Bei after a brief pondering. "They said that it's too hard for them to roam the great world. They've come in contact with some big forces before, but those big forces looked down on them and weren't willing to take them in. They heard that Belle has established a force here, so they came over to ask," reported the subordinate. "Under normal circumstances, people with ordinary strength like them wouldn't be willing to take them in. Generally, the big forces were not willing to accept them. After all, quality was more important than quantity. If there were more people, they would have to spend a lot of spirit stones to raise them. After weighing the pros and cons, they naturally wouldn't be willing to take in the weaker ones. Then should we accept them?" Lu Piao looked at Gu Bei and asked. This was the first force that came to join them. "Of course, we'll accept them. Nya Li is a rich man anyway." Gu Bei smiled. "Other forces are worried that the burden will be too heavy, but we're different. He's not willing to accept people, but we're different. Nya Li said that we'll accept as many people as we can." Soon, Gaiyameng's group arrived before Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the others. "Belle, my name is Heng Yan." The eldest brother of Gaiyameng, Heng Yan, slightly cupped his hands towards Gu Bei. He was a young man in his 20s with no family background. However, in front of Gu Bei and Lu Piao, he was neither servile nor overbearing. "If you join our Demon League, you'll have to abide by our rules. Do you understand?" Gu Bei looked at Heng Yan with a dignified expression. "We understand." Heng Yan immediately bowed and said, joining the Demon League required signing a contract, which was binding. In addition, with his family background, he wouldn't dare to betray Gu Bei. One must know that Gu Bei was the first successor of the Gu clan. "All right, then sign the contract." Gu Bei said with a faint smile, "Belle, we've taken control of a low-grade deity's lake. Although it's almost exhausted, we've sent more than 10 people to guard it. Do you want it?" Heng Yan looked at Gu Bei and asked, "Of course. After you join our Demon League, we'll send people to take over your deity's lake. After you join the Demon League, everyone will be treated according to the Demon League's rules." Gu Bei said straightforwardly. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Heng Yan and the others looked at each other and their eyes lit up. The treatment of the Demon League was great. If they followed Gu Bei, their monthly income would be close to their annual income. How could they not be willing? Very soon, Heng Yan and the others disbanded Gaiyameng. Everyone signed the contract and joined the Demon League. for Hengyan and the others, it was definitely a profit to offer a deity's lake that was almost exhausted in exchange for the Demon League's generous treatment. However, for Nyeli, it was also a profit to be able to obtain a deity's root in exchange for a small amount of spiritual stones every month as compensation for Hengyan and the others. The news of Gaiyumeng disbanding and joining the Demon League quickly spread. The other small forces quickly calculated their accounts. Every year, they guarded the deity's lake and worked hard for an entire year to obtain a few dozen spiritual stones. However, if they joined the Demon League, they would be able to obtain a few dozen spiritual stones every month. Some of the leaders of the smaller forces weren't willing to disband their own forces. But when they saw that their brothers were all tempted, they understood that they wouldn't be able to maintain their own forces for much longer. In the end, they decided to disband and join the Demon League. Within a month, several dozen forces disbanded and joined the Demon League. The Demon League's expansion was extremely fierce. Aside from recruiting a large number of members, they also received several dozen deities' lakes. However, these deities' roots were quickly taken away by Nyeli. After devouring several dozen forces, the Demon League's members had already expanded to over 3,000. However, their cultivation wasn't very high, and there were only a few dozen Heavenly Star Realm members. However, the fact that they could expand to such an extent in just a few months was shocking enough. The outside world was very puzzled. Could the Demon League afford to pay so many spiritual stones every day? Any force that spent so many spiritual stones to support so many useless people would have collapsed long ago. However, what they didn't know was that not only could Nyeli afford it, but the number of spiritual stones was also increasing rapidly.